Okay, that seems to be working. Welcome, everyone. This is the May 9th, 2023 meeting of the Carrboro Town Council. Tonight's meeting is a work session, which, as usual, means the council does not take formal action during work sessions or receive public comment. But this is an opportunity for the council to have an in-depth discussion on a topic. Tonight's topic is the budget for fiscal year 2024. And in particular, the town manager has identified 6 areas where he needs feedback and guidance from the council so that he can finish preparing his recommended budget to bring back to us in 2 or 3 weeks. So we're going to have presentations from the manager and his staff on each of these items. We'll kind of work through them one by one, hopefully work through them efficiently. And I know some will require more time than others for us to talk through the details. So with that, I'll turn it over to the manager, town manager.
Thank you and good evening. I'm so tall, I guess I don't have the mic right at me, so I guess y'all can hear me. I'll try to speak up. So I'll start with just an introductory slide here to show the agenda for tonight. As the mayor mentioned, these are the topics that we'll cover and end with next steps for this evening. I've been asked to give an overview of what we see in terms of our revenue collections year to date, and this shows, and I'm just going to focus on the top 2 lines in the interest of time, but this shows our FY23 revenue collections year to date, and I'll focus on the first 2 lines, which is our ad valorem taxes and our local sales taxes, which account for about 75% of our revenues in general fund. And this shows that at this point we've collected almost 102% in our ad valorem taxes, and in our local sales tax is about 65%. There's typically a lag when those are reported. So at this time of the year, we're at 65% in our local sales taxes. But overall, these will continue to come on in through the rest of the fiscal year, but we're well on target for achieving our estimated revenue for the year. This just gives a snapshot of our state collected local government tax revenue, and it's somewhat up and down. For our sales and use tax from the state, that's projected to change from about 11% now down a bit to 6.3% in the next fiscal year. In our other franchise taxes, our electricity sales tax, pipe, natural gas, some of the other ones, our telecommunications, there is a small decline that we're expecting in FY23, but in our solid waste disposal tax and alcohol beverage tax, those are expected to be up about 2% projected in FY24. And then back to the town, these are what we're projecting for the FY24 budget. These are numbers that we're working on to build our budget currently. At this point in our process, we've collected all of the departmental requests, and Arch, Langston, and I are working through those requests using these numbers to build the FY24 budget on. And again, to focus on the top 2 lines, which is our largest revenue sources, our ad valorem tax and our local sales taxes, we're expecting those to be up about, the ad valorem tax about 3% in this upcoming fiscal year, and our sales tax is about 13%. So sales tax has been really surprisingly strong even through COVID. Those have maintained even through the pandemic. And so expecting, that's all accounts for about $1 million in growth in our revenue for FY24. So I'll focus there on those line items. Our finance director, Arch, is here if you want to know more detail. But again, I want to focus on the first 2 line items because that's where the majority of revenue comes from. So I'll pause there and see if you have any questions about projections for FY24. And by the way, you have a packet at your table as well with all the slides in front of you so you can see these up close.
Thanks, Richard. Any questions for Richard at this point just about these basic revenue projections? Susan?
I have just one question. So it looks like property taxes are estimated to grow 3%. And is that sort of in line with where things were last year? Is that kind of a typical amount?
So in the current fiscal year, in the adopted budget, it was $15,340,000. We're projecting 15.8 in FY24. So about a $406,000 increase over this year.
And that's pretty consistent with where we have been in the past. I was just trying to get at the idea that property taxes are growing just about where we would be expecting them to be growing. That's about typical growth in previous years is 3%.
Let me defer to Arch if he knows. He probably knows the trend better than I do.
Yeah, normally we expect 2 or 3% increase in the property tax collections. Mainly, because revaluations, people doing work on their homes, renovating and stuff, and the value goes up. So 2 or 3%, is the conservative
Okay, good.
that we use.
But the sales tax is unusually healthy? Would it be fair to say?
Yeah, nobody understands why the sales tax grew the way they grew during the pandemic. You know, some people say it's because of the additional unemployment insurance, it was the direct payments they made to people. But there doesn't seem to be any let up on that, and so we just don't know. You know, I guess if a recession should come, then we may see some changes and stuff. But right now, it's very positive outlook on sales tax revenues. And one of the things that helped us was that the state won a court case where, we can now collect sales tax from companies that don't have a presence in the state. And so I think that is one of the drivers there, but I haven't drilled down enough to really say that for sure. But I do know that was a big difference.
Great.
Thanks,
Okay.
you, Arch. I should just pause, by the way, and say, Arch, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here tonight.
No, thank you.
And as usual, guiding us through this complicated budgeting process as you have for many years. Okay, Mr. Manager.
So the next topic is downtown appearance, and as you can see, this was truly a team effort putting this together, but it turns out our interim Public Works Director, Daniel Snipes, and our fire chief, interim fire chief, were part of doing the inspection on our fire engine, which we hope to get soon. So I'm going to take the lead on this, but staff is available as well to support me as I walk through this downtown appearance item. But I'll begin by saying that there are two parts to this, and this is based on the presentation that you all heard from the Appearance Commission some weeks ago. Two pieces of this. One is around maintenance and cleanliness of downtown. The second piece is around amenities. So beginning with the cleanliness and maintenance of our downtown, this maintenance schedule shows you what we do in our downtown on a weekly, monthly, seasonal basis, and also as needed. Now, I do want to highlight, and you have this at your place as well, it's kind of small to see up here, but you have a copy in your packet. I do want to note under as needed that sidewalk maintenance and repairs are included there as well. So this is what we do in our downtown on a weekly, monthly, and seasonal basis to keep our downtown clean. What I would say in talking with staff is that we are of the opinion that we are properly resourced to maintain our downtown without additional resources. What we would ask, though, if anyone in our downtown does think we need to come and take care of anything, please give us a call directly and we'll come take care of that. But we think following this schedule that we can maintain downtown and keep it clean. So I just want to share that slide with you on that schedule. Any questions before I leave that in terms of the maintenance of the downtown?
Yeah, I have one question, Mr. White. I am at as needed. So I'm looking at the maintenance for Old Carrboro Cemetery. So is Westwood currently as is? Is it not on the maintenance schedule? And don't turn your head, Barbara, on the maintenance schedule.
That's a good question. My guess would be we probably left that off.
I'm sure it is.
Kristen,
I'm thinking
Kristen's here,
because
she can
Westwood
help.
is not located downtown.
Yeah, those are just down.
Just downtown.
Oh,
okay.
downtown only. Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good question, Barbara. Thank you. Go ahead, Richard.
Okay, moving on to the next piece. The next piece is about amenities. You heard there was a request for amenities in our downtown. And in talking with staff, we looked at this. One of the council's priorities for this upcoming 12 to 18 months is to develop a small area plan for downtown. And we talked through this, and we would like to propose that rather than doing this in somewhat a piecemeal fashion with single implementation items, that we would prefer to go with the master plan with downtown that we'll have done in the next 12 to 18 months to make sure that what we install in our downtown is done in a consistent, uniform manner, that's cohesive blending of our amenities, and that's also an opportunity to get our private property and business owners involved in this process as well, because they have a role to play in terms of what our downtown looks like as well. So we're proposing, instead of using resources now to go in and kind of haphazardly put in trees and that kind of thing and other benches and amenities, that kind of thing, that we do this inside this downtown master plan process. And we would prefer to use the resources that might go to do this in this kind of single implementation way, use those resources to do the plan, and then come up with a very coordinated way on a budget in terms of what we would install in our downtown. So that's what we're proposing here, and just want to check in with council on that concept before we set aside $30,000, because at this point, we're not quite certain what we're going to spend that on actually what we would buy in downtown and where we would put it. We'd rather go through the master planning process and get everybody involved in this process and come back with a plan on the budget.
Sammy, and then Eleazar, and then Randy, then Susan.
Is that an in-house plan, or is that something that will be contracted out?
We're planning to outsource it, would be our goal, to get it done within 12 to 18 months.
Okay, and then an estimate cost for that kind of outsourcing is
Trish, I think we're putting, what, about 300,000, I think is what's been identified to shoot for.
And that's for the small area plan for downtown.
Yes.
Okay, which we identified as one of our
a
strategic
small
plans.
area plan, so it's beyond
so
just
that's-
maintenance.
Right, yeah, that's.
Yeah, this is the full small area plan that we said we wanted done
Right.
as part of the comprehensive plan.
And it would include streetscapes and amenities, the whole 9 yards for our downtown.
Okay, thanks.
Eleazar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess my question is kind of already, I think it's already been answered, but just so I understand this, the plan would be to, by the end of this 12 to 18 months, we would have this master plan, small area plan, complete to move forward with. That's, instead of doing any amendments, changes now, it's use this time, get the plan, and then move forward at the end of this time period, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Randy and then Susan.
Yes, thank you for laying out these, the slides the way you have. I guess my question regarding the downtown small area master plan, what is the role of the Economic Sustainability Commission in that process? And will they be an integral part of it, since that is our advisory group from the town businesses?
Yes, we haven't gotten that far along, but I would envision that that particular advisory board and probably several others will be involved in this process as we work through developing the plan.
Okay. And would the consultants work with ESC as well?
Yes, again, we haven't really defined how this will unfold, but I think that's certainly an option.
Okay, thanks.
Susan?
Manager White, first, I really like this idea of a master plan, but my question is, can we do both? Can we also be doing some things in this next year's budget? I'm looking at the list of some of the Appearance Commission recommendations, and it would be things like more edging, planters, trash receptacles. Benches can be a little more expensive, I understand that. Public art, and I think there was some perhaps ARPA funding to help with the murals, banners, which I think we'll be talking about a little bit later. But I was wondering, since none of these things strike me as particularly big ticket items, could we at least make a head start on some of the low-hanging fruit while also working on the master plan to go in effect?
Yes, I think it's a possibility. Yes, we certainly can look for those things, because I think the item that we got from the Appearance Commission talked about some items that may have any cost involved. So certainly, yes, we can look at what you might call low-hanging fruit and pursue some of those items as well, yes.
And would that require a certain amount of a budget to be going after that low-hanging fruit? Should we be considering that to at least get started on some of these smaller items?
We could probably find it within the Public Works Department's budget. I just don't think it's going to rise to $30,000 is
Right.
concerned, but we can certainly find some funding to do some of those kind of things. And even with planters, we want to be, we're talking about planting beds, I guess that's one thing. Sometimes to maintain all that as well. But think about the maintenance of whatever we install also, and the impact that would have on staff and those resources too.
No, understood, and I just wanted to add, I know these 4 new trees were planted on East Main Street, and it just felt like such a great step forward, and, just kind of hoping that some more of these smaller steps forward, just to have that, those improvements that we can notice as we're going about our business downtown.
Yes, I think we could definitely take a look at that as well, yes.
Thank you.
Danny?
So just to follow up on that line of questioning, to confirm that as needed, the maintenance schedule, I guess I was hearing really does sort of take into account the desire for sort of like slightly more frequency or slightly more attentiveness. It's sort of the opinion of our staff that we can cover most of, tree planting, tree removal, sidewalk maintenance and repairs, aside from really the benches and the pet waste receptacles, we're talking about most of the recommendations that came to us from the Appearance Commission. Is that right?
When you say most of, in
Well, I mean,
terms of-
I guess off the top of my head, I don't want to get into trouble leaving anything off. But I mean, I guess it's your position that we're addressing a lot of what we heard from the Appearance Commission through this, like the sort of increased attentiveness they're asking for, we think falls within the regular purview.
Yes, yes.
Okay, great. So, cool. I just wanted to be crystal clear about that. And I think that makes a lot of sense, and that really leaves, other than a couple big ticket amenities like benches, I'm kind of with Susan. We can probably find departmental budget level, a couple pet waste receptacles and things like that to keep this moving. Thank you.
Randy?
Yeah, let me just come behind and clarify. So, if we see that Public Works and Maintenance should be able to accommodate most of the items that are on the list, could we ask that a report be given to the Appearance Commission or to council within this next year to see if actually, in fact, it's meeting the interests and needs of the community?
Yes.
So in other words, just feeling the pulse on whether or not that's the best way to tackle it.
Yes.
Okay,
Great.
thanks.
We welcome the feedback, so yes.
Susan?
Just one more question. This is dealing with the leaf pickup. There's been some concern among bicyclists and others that the bike lanes get filled with leaves, and it makes the navigation rather difficult. And so, when you mention street sweeping, or does that include the cleaning up of the leaves, or is that an entirely separate operation?
We do have a leaf collection process. I don't know if that's not necessarily noted here. Would that be a separate?
That's a separate item. We have a leaf route that we run, and when we're heavy in the leaf season, we're hitting not the downtown, but all the main thoroughfares every day. That's the first stop they go to try and get those leaves before the bikers get there. After that, we're out in the rest of the town trying to get the rest of the town. We're always bouncing back and forth among them. You can say it's with the downtown appearance, you're hitting areas downtown, but there's a lot more to it than that. But
Okay,
it's
so-
separate than the street sweeping.
Just for folks who are listening at home, our Public Works folks are telling us in response to Susan's question that leaf pickup is already part of the work that Public Works does. They do try to get to the bike lanes that maybe are blocked by leaf piles before they move on to the other pickup when they can. But as the manager said, always open to feedback on that. It's an opportunity to remind our residents that putting leaf piles in the bike lane is not recommended by Public Works. In fact, you shouldn't be doing that. There's good instructions on the town website about where to put leaves when you want them picked up.
Thank you for sharing that, Mayor. And in terms of our public and communication engagement, we try to heighten that message as well during leaf season, also for our residents to be mindful of our bike lanes, in the peak of leaf season as well.
Thank you.
Eleazar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, cool. The only thing I wanted to kind of piggyback off of Council Member David O'Donnell's comments was I think it would be very useful, Mr. Manager, if someone from the staff or there was some presentation done to the committee itself or to the board itself so that they understand all these different workings of what's actually going on, what is being done on the regular basis, what isn't. Because I think there's just a little bit of a misunderstanding as to all the things happening or how to get some of these things moving forward, specifically the low-hanging fruit, right? So the hedging and the all this other stuff that doesn't require a master plan. I just would advise some kind of presentation or some kind of report or something to be sent to the committee so that folks on there would have a clear understanding of what's going on.
Good idea, Eleazar. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Manager, you feel like you have what you need from us on this?
There's one more item.
Okay, great.
It's banners, and I'll call up Catherine Lazorko, our Communication Engagement Director, to speak to the banners.
Thank you. Welcome, Kat.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I get to talk to you about banners. And thanks to the great work of the Splinter Group, the design agency, for creating some new seasonal logos. We are now incorporating them into some banner designs. And these were, you reviewed some of these just a couple weeks ago. So there are 26 banner locations that we've identified throughout downtown Carrboro. They do require Duke Energy approval for adding the hardware and actually to look at the designs as well. And we're in that process now, and we're very close to having this finalized. There is a requirement for seasonal banners, so that was another reason for kind of looking at our whole seasonal kind of branding and whatnot. In other words, Duke Energy doesn't want to see banners that are just sort of up all the time, that are kind of stationary. The cost of the banners, they're approximately $100 per banner or $2,600 per season or event. And what I'm going to propose is that we kind of maybe do this in phases, and we're really trying to work as quickly as we can to get Pride banner up for June. And we do have funds for that, and also to purchase the hardware. But then after that, we will have other kinds of 4th of July, for example, and then maybe Carrboro Music Festival and whatnot. So there is the cost for the printing of the banners, for the hardware, and then there's maintenance. Public Works will be replacing and updating these banners on a seasonal, perhaps monthly basis. I've gotten kind of mixed messages about longevity of the banners, and it's anywhere from 1 to 3 years, but I guess we'll see. And this is just kind of a layout of how we could potentially maybe budget for 5 banners in 1 year and maybe 5 in another year, and moving forward. So this is roughly back to that. So that would be approximately $13,000 per year. Any questions?
Thanks for the presentation and the research. Do the banners have to be uniform for each of those events, or can they vary, like images? For example, imagine Earth Month, you could have everything from promoting biking to solar panels to commuting electronically, images that would represent different aspects of Earth Month. Can that be done?
It can. We would look at the cost. It probably would be a little bit more because it would be a unique run for each design. We were also initially looking at, dual banners, but it doesn't really look like they're very practical for our downtown because we have a lot of vegetation or other kind of communication lines that would kind of interfere with the dual banners. But sometimes you see that kind of message that's kind of stretched across 2 different canvases.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Barbara?
Thank you. Okay, this is a lot here. I'm about to drop the mic. So thank you, Kat, for the presentation about the banners. Is there a reason why you don't have a Juneteenth banner or Juneteenth there for June? I'm pretty sure there is, but I'm just asking the question.
Yes.
Thank you.
And, we were definitely, I have a design for a Juneteenth, but for this June, we were thinking that we might not have the funds for it. Mm-hmm. But we definitely would like to have a Juneteenth, yes. But there will be some months that you have a banner that's not necessarily a month-long observance. It could be something like in January, Libby-Cotton Day, celebrating Libby-Cotton's birthday. So this is just, kind of a rough outline.
Oh, right, and so Juneteenth, we know when that is, and so I was just thinking, about a banner specifically for, that particular weekend or the week leading into.
We should we should definitely plan for that. I agree. And I think I showed it to you in the last meeting that we do have a design for Juneteenth.
Yes.
So,
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any questions for Kat, Eleazar, and then Danny?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Mayor, and thank you, Kat, for all the work on this. I'll second that. We need to have a Juneteenth banner. But the only thing I wanted just to clarify for anyone, well, because I had to look this up the first time I saw this in previous things dealing with the town, but the Duke Energy approval, that's because we're using their polls. So if anyone's watching at home is like, why does Duke Energy have to approve our banners? It's because we're using their polls, which is their property, which they can decide what does and doesn't go on there. Is that correct?
that's correct, yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. Very
Danny?
good point.
And just making sure I understand, that just would mean 15.6 in year one instead of 13,000 if we were to add another banner to the run?
15.6.
2,600 per, is that,
Right, yes, thank you.
right on?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions for Kat about this project? Everybody seems comfortable with the idea of pursuing this. We've been talking about it for a while. It's part of the revamp of having flags, which we're no longer allowed to have. All right. Kat, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Manager, do you have what you need on downtown appearance?
I do, yes, thank you.
Okay. So next up, looks like we're hearing from our HR director.
Good evening. So we're just gonna do a little overview of some potential costs related to employees in the next year, as well as some benefit changes that we're looking at. So in terms of pay adjustments for our employees, we, I think, internally have been floating around this 3 to 5% for our full-time equivalent employees. We delineate these from our part-time employees, and all of our part-time temporary employees fall under the Orange County living wage. So, in looking at a 3 or a 5% cost of living adjustment, you can see what that total cost would be, including salary and additional costs that go with increasing our employees' salary. In terms of what we're hearing sort of regionally within the county, what other local governments are doing, we are hearing pretty consistently more closely to that 5% increase. I believe actually anywhere from 5 to 7 within the county. You go a little bit broader, statewide, I've seen anything from 2% to 8 or 9%. So I think this is highly reflective of what the labor market is doing and what local government employers are feeling they're having to do to keep employees in local government. So I also just noted that we will adjust to the Orange County living wage for our part-time employees, which will go to $16.60 per hour. And this is a 4.7% increase from the current hourly wage. And then CPI last reported in March was 6%.
Sammy?
I was just wondering why the range you're presenting for us to consider is short of the CPI. We just had a cost of, an adjustment to salaries, and part of it was eroded over the years because we kept cutting corners. And so, and especially also for part-time, I appreciate Orange County living wage analysis, but the CPI is 6%. I would be interested in staying up to those numbers and not lagging away over time.
Yeah, I think we were just trying to be mindful of all the competing priorities for the budget this year. But
yeah, I understand the pressures.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, there's also a pressure to maintain our employees, keep them, and that's another thing we need to consider. And so I personally would be for doing it at the CPI for both part-time and full-time employees.
Thanks, Sammy. Julie, you mentioned you've looked at what other jurisdictions, especially in Orange County, are doing. Can you maybe give us a little bit more information? Like, for example, what is the town of Chapel Hill planning to do in their manager's recommended budget? What about the county, town of Hillsborough? I'd just be interested in kind of knowing specifically what their plans are.
So I've talked with my counterparts in all these jurisdictions. I think everything is still at a staff level, and I'm not sure that these numbers have been presented at their council meetings yet. But I feel comfortable saying it's in that 5 to 7% range for all other jurisdictions.
Okay. Great, and thank you. And you mentioned, so you're talking about the CPI, the Consumer Price Index.
Yes.
Mark Dorison used to say, live by the acronym, die by the acronym, so we're going to spell them all out. And now I've lost my train of thought. So you're looking at the most recently reported CPI at 6%. What has been the sort of average increase for, say, the past fiscal year?
I'd have to look to Arch on that one.
For CPI.
For CPI?
Yeah.
Because I assume March is lower than, I mean, we've seen inflation at higher than that, right?
It's kind of a moving target right
Yeah.
now. Normally when we do our budget planning, is that we will look at what the CPI is in March. We will use that plan.
I see.
Recognizing that there's going to be some fluctuations. I think it's last check. I think it was down to around 7%, maybe.
Up to 7%, yeah. Okay, that's helpful, Arch, though, to know that kind of your typical practice over the years has been to look at that March number as a guide for planning the manager's recommended budget. Okay, thank you. Other questions, Danny and then Susan.
Just would like to add a vote for matching the CPI. I think, and if we look at 1% is about $207,000. That means that we are considering, instead of 1 and a little bit of change, 1 million and a little bit of change, we're looking at 1.2 and about $44,000, which, I mean, to me is, I would rather, honestly, 7% is higher than 6. And so I really appreciate staff's discretion here. But I think if they're in the 5 to 7% range, we need to find ourselves in the middle of that range.
Thank you, Danny.
5 to 8%.
Why don't we, and I know
I was
Julie
just
has more to
comparing to Chapel
present
Hill.
about some of the other benefits issues that are going to be brought before us potentially as well. So that may play into some of your thinking too, as we hear more about potential benefits changes. Julie?
So another thing that's been tough for us in planning for the budget this year has been our major medical plan for insurance. We have had a pretty long-standing relationship with Blue Cross Blue Shield. I think at least 10 years that we've been with them. However, their renewal rate this year was a tough pill to swallow. So I just kind of wanted to remind you we have sort of a unique plan design that we switched to a couple years ago, which has been well received and has worked well for our employees. And that is a high deductible health plan that is partnered or supplemented by a medical expense reimbursement plan. And essentially what that does is provides all of our employees with a prepaid Visa card to help alleviate some of the costs related to the high deductible. And so our individual deductible is $7,000. The town supports $6,000 of that. So our employees only have $1,000 out of pocket, maximum out of pocket, if they spend all that prepaid card. So we decided to work with our broker and put our plan out to bid and see what other major companies would offer us in terms of a renewal. And so the Blue Cross Blue Shield renewal came back at a 20.1% increase. And Aetna decided to bid on our plan, and they came back at a 9.9% increase. So the difference between those two numbers and going with Aetna is a cost savings of $233,000. I thought it would be important to, you may have already heard this on the news, but Aetna did win the state health plan, or was awarded the state health plan beginning in 2025. So I think that probably speaks to the level of customer service they'll provide, their network, their doctors that are in their network and the breadth of what that network would look like. And so then what we're looking at for a total plan cost for the town is just over $2.5 million.
Thank you, Julie. Same benefits
I'm
under
sorry.
Aetna?
Yeah, exact same plan design, no change.
What about the provider network?
It is, I mean, I can't guarantee that every single doctor will accept both types of insurance, but in terms of numbers of providers within the state, they are very similar.
And then just one particular thing that I'm interested in. One of the things we've been working hard on as you know, over the last few years is making sure that our Blue Cross Blue Shield benefits included transgender health benefits. Is that also going to be identical under the Aetna plan?
I would have to specifically check on that with our broker, but I can definitely get that
Okay, I
answer.
would definitely want to know an answer about that.
Okay.
Thank you, especially in the current climate.
Yeah.
Although maybe the state's going to make it a moot point, we'll see. Other questions about health insurance? Susan?
Just one question, Julie. Thank you so much for all this information. Is there any reason that we would not want to go to Aetna?
We've had lengthy discussion with our broker, and we do consider them the expert as they work with all the major medical insurance providers, and they speak very highly of Aetna. Customer service wise, we went and looked specifically at the top 25 most expensive pharmaceuticals that our employees use, to make sure that those are also covered. We also looked at the top 25 most prescribed to our employees and their dependents, and making sure that those are all covered. And so without fully experiencing the change, the best we can tell on paper is that everything looks good.
Mm-hmm. Well, assuming everything checks out in terms of the transgender coverage, I would be supporting Aetna and using those savings to apply to a 6% increase in salary.
It's funny, I'm looking at Arch too. We've seen these numbers over they always come back. Blue Cross always comes back every year with like 18%, right? And we somehow managed to get them down every year to negotiate a new rate. So I'm looking at this 9.9, and that's a lot lower of an increase than we have typically had over the years, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, Blue Cross typically comes in over 20%, but then we negotiate it down to under 10%. But for some reason this year that did not happen.
Okay.
Blue Cross would not negotiate down, that what they had put on the table.
Okay.
So,
Thanks, Arch. So in case folks couldn't hear at home, our finance director is telling us that we tried to negotiate this down again with Blue Cross Blue Shield this year, and they were not interested.
This was their negotiated rate. They
That was
started
their-
out higher.
This was their compromise. Okay. I had a hand from Barbara, and then I'll come back to Sammy.
So thank you, Julie, for the presentation. So, I understand, about cost. And I feel like I also heard there was some pushback when the North Carolina State Health Plan was changed to Aetna. So it is actually confirmed now that the state of North Carolina will be moving to Aetna in 2025, because I thought I heard there was a little bit of pushback about that.
I think just like I'm sure we will feel some kind of growing pains from a change like this. I think some people had the same uncertainties about making a change after the state had been with Blue Cross Blue Shield, but I have not heard any different than that Aetna is who's being moved.
Okay,
Yeah.
and that starts in 2025 for the state.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, I thought I heard you say something about pharmaceuticals or drug tiers and things, and I know you said the top 25 most prescribed drugs?
Mm-hmm.
And could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so we wanted to make sure that our most expensive and our most used prescriptions will still be covered.
Okay.
And so our broker helped us pull the names of those drugs and then check under the formulary that Aetna's offering us to ensure that they will be covered.
Just trying to keep it as identical as possible to current benefits.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think, like the mayor had mentioned about the provider network, that would be a concern of mine, and I know you can't say exactly. I know for me primarily it's UNC Healthcare, but, others, it may be something different.
So we do know for sure all major hospital systems.
UNC do.
Yeah,
and all those. Okay.
across the whole state, all major hospital systems are in network.
Okay, and so with the change, of course, employees will be provided like extensive information about all of this prior to?
Yeah, so we hold our open enrollment meetings the third and fourth week of May, so later this month. And that's where we would begin our education. And then similarly, when we move to nonstop health with the medical expense reimbursement plan, 90 days into the new plan year, we continue to provide organized support. We're always available anytime for support that's needed, but we had specific meetings for 90 days into the new plan.
Okay, that's good. And so is it like right now it's Blue Cross and nonstop? Would it be Aetna and nonstop or Aetna?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, the same. Okay, thank you, Julie.
Sammy?
Yeah, my question's already answered about in-network. It sounds like local providers are covered.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Julie.
All right, so the last sort of portion of this tonight is some recommended benefits changes. And the way that we came to these was following the pay and classification study last year. In-house Human Resources did a comprehensive benefits review. So this included employee listening sessions, benchmarking our benefits, and then some focus groups with our employees on proposed changes we wanted to bring forward. And so as a result, you'll see which items we'd like to bring forward this year, and particularly ones that require a code amendment. And then also it notes if there's any cost tied to it. So right now, the town contributes 3% of an employee's salary to their 401k for all employees except for law enforcement officers. Law enforcement officers, by state statute, we have to contribute 5%. So one of our recommendations is to make that 5% for all employees, regardless of if they're a law enforcement officer or not. So of the 8 changes I have here, this is the only one that has a true direct cost, which is estimated at $150,000. The second one is a few years ago, probably about 5 years ago, we implemented paid parental leave. And there was talk then, and it's kind of resurfaced to expand that to a type of leave that would support our employees that have other caregiver responsibilities that may not be directly related to parenting. And so we'd like to broaden this policy to create what we'd like to call caregiver leave. And so we defined some parameters of that. FMLA, the Family Medical Leave Act, helps us do that because you can be approved for FMLA for caring for an immediate family member. And so therefore, if you would qualify for FMLA for caring for a family member, the town would then provide some paid leave associated with that. The next one is probably the most hot button issue for our employees, which is retiree health insurance. In 2007, our policy was updated to kind of delineate some retiree insurance benefits. So those hired before 2007 are allowed to stay on our pre-65 major medical plan until they turn 65, and those after 2007 are not permitted to stay on that plan, but do receive a stipend from the town in lieu of that, with some parameters of how long you've worked for the town and if you retire with the state's local government retirement system. Ultimately, what we'd like to do is eliminate that delineation between pre and post 2007 and just kind of put everybody in the same pre-2007 terms, that if you retire with the town with 10 or more years with the town, then the town will pay some portion for you to stay on the town's major medical plan. Another thing we heard from our employees is that we currently do have a tuition reimbursement policy for our employees who are looking to continue their education. And the way that it is set up right now as a reimbursement policy is not make it very appealing. Employees are still having to pay money out of pocket, possibly take a loan out up front to then be reimbursed if they pass the class. So we haven't quite worked through all the details of what this reimagined policy might look like, but we know that the $750 limit is not even covering a college class a lot of times right now. So we'd like to update that limit and then change it to an assistance program rather than a reimbursement program.
Julie, I'm seeing the note on your slide, though, that you're not anticipating a budget impact in this coming fiscal year, then.
No, we'd like to we'd like to work on the language in the coming fiscal year and see if that creates more need. Yeah. The next one is the town offers what we call personal time off. It's in addition to our paid sick and paid vacation leave. And we heard from our employees that impacts of mental health and coming out of the pandemic, that sort of the space around wellness and taking leave off for related to wellness was important. But it was hard when sometimes your sick leave requires you to bring a doctor's note, but sometimes you need a day off without a doctor's note. And so we do have this personal time off, but it's 18 hours. And 18 hours does not cover even one full shift firefighter shift, which is 24 hours. And so we would like to expand this program a little bit from an 18-hour amount to a 24-hour amount so that our employees, regardless of the type of shift they work, could take at least one full day off a year related to wellness. In looking at aspects of equity surrounding our benefits, we realized that our shift fire employees, the percentage of time that they earn for sick leave was less than that of all of our other types of employees. We have a few different lengths of shifts that different employees work. And fire shift employees were earning about 3.6% of their annual amount of time worked towards sick leave, and the rest of the town was about 5%. So by adding one additional 24-hour shift of sick leave per year for our fire employees, it'll put everybody on an even playing ground in terms of time earned. And then these are the last two. The first one, our fire and police employees, they have a 12-month probationary period. And there's, decent reasoning for that in terms of the type of work that they do in emergency situations. The way our policy is written, that stipulates that you cannot use your vacation time while you're a probationary employee. So every other employee other than fire and police have a 6-month probation, and they can use their vacation time after 6 months. So we don't want to shorten that probationary period. Fire and police confirm that that is an appropriate length of time for probation. But we would just like to make a minor tweak to the policy that those employees could use vacation time after 6 months. And then the final one is just updating some definitions that are in the town code and the personnel policy, and those are for immediate family. And we'd like to create a new one, probably just call it extended family. And the main purpose for that is that we know that family structures can look very different for a number of reasons. And so we have, for example, bereavement leave that you can take if a member of your family passes. But as it's written right now, that does not include grandchildren, for example. And there may be very likely that a grandparent is the primary caregiver for a grandchild. So we'd just like to expand these definitions a little bit to make them more inclusive.
Great. I see one question coming from Eleazar.
First, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I just have a couple of questions as we go through this. So, in the change to the paid parental leave policy, this might be getting too much in the weeds, but what is that? What is the current time that folks are allowed to take for parental leave? That and as a caregiver, how much time can folks take off?
So paid parental leave right now is 240 hours. That for a very traditional employee that works the 8 to 5 schedule, that's about 6 weeks.
Okay.
And then that equals 10 fire shifts, for example. But with their schedule and not working, they don't work 10 days in a row.
Yeah.
So, and you can use that anytime within the first year of a birth, adoption, or fostering a child.
Okay, and then if we switch this over to caregiver, the time doesn't change. You still get those X amount of hours, almost 6 weeks, depending on your shift structure.
Yeah, we don't want to change the time.
Okay.
Just be able, I think, one of the primary things we're seeing is people are now becoming more responsible to caregive for their parents. Or we have employees who this policy was put in place once they were past their years of having children or choose to never have children. But there may be times when they need to be a primary caregiver for somebody else in their family.
Yeah, no, that totally makes sense to me. I was curious about that portion. So thanks for that. And then going down to the BTO question, you mentioned that at the moment it's 18. You want to change it to 24 to give firefighters a full day. Is there a reason we can't just say we'll give X number of shifts as wellness leave instead of putting that cap or that hour, right? Because I'm thinking if my shift is my regular shift is 8 hours, right? And you're telling me you get 24 hours. I don't know the math, but I'm guessing that's like 3 days, 2 days, something like that. But a firefighter, you get 1 day, right? As we're looking at this equity, is there a way to make it so that everyone gets 1 day or everyone gets 2 days or 1 shift or 2 shifts or something along those lines so that everyone, there's more of an equitable component to it?
Yeah, so administratively, that would be a little more difficult for us, but not impossible. But I think, too, the way that shift workers work, they don't work typically multiple days in a row. So when they do get that 1 full shift off, they maybe have the day before and the day after already scheduled off. So they would still be getting possibly several days in a row off by getting that full shift and not having to tap into sick leave or vacation leave. But yes, it is possible.
Yeah, because I'm thinking of it, right? So say that I'm a firefighter and I do that, and I get Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday off, and I was supposed to work Tuesday, right? So that's 3 days, and that's great. But if I work 8 hours, I can divvy those out throughout the month, and I can, need a time. It may just I need something after a long weekend or before a long weekend, and that makes it. I don't know. I'm looking at equity here. I like the fact that we're expanding, or the proposals to expand this to allow for folks to have those longer shifts to be able to take full advantage of it. I think that's great, but I just want to make it. Or I would want us to be more in an equitable way, right? So that everyone gets maybe not the same amount of hours, but the intent is there for folks to take a certain number of days or shifts off.
And to your point, I would also just like to mention that all of these proposed changes have already been through the equity lens.
Yeah, the other one's good. I'm good. Thank you.
Thanks, Eleazar. And Julie, I just want to thank you, and I guess really thank all of our employees for reminding us about the conversation we began several years ago about caregiver leave. Something that had kind of fallen off our radar, I think, because going through the pandemic and everything, and got distracted by other priorities. But I'm glad that it's back on the table. Sammy, and then Susan.
Thanks for the presentation again. And I like Eleazar's point, because after all, if you think of how people get sick, it's like they are sick for 24 hours, a whole day. And so that it is kind of a disadvantage for someone whose shift is 24 hours to have all those hours counted against them, which in essence means that in theory, they can't be resting in the same quality and amount of time as a regular 8-hour employee. And I understand the 3.6%, 5% is based on hours, but if we base it on days of sickness, I think that might be a more accurate way of understanding how people recover from illness. So I'd be in favor of exploring that a little more. I was interested in, when you say revise the retiree health insurance policy, and then there's an unknown factor is the long-term OPEB liability. I was wondering if that is something that we won't know until time plays out, or is that something that the staff could analyze or research a little more before we approve of going forward with this?
That's a good Arch question.
In terms of the opioid liability, we are only required to report that on our financial statements, disclose what that potential liability is. We are not required to fund that. Right now, we are funding it on a pay-go. Each year, as we have expenses, we pay those and move forward. In terms of flexibility, it's unknown because it's going to depend on a number of factors. How many people retire, will be one of the things. The increase in health insurance, that may be another factor. So there's really no way to really predict that, other than we comply with GASB, and we disclose that on our financial statements each year.
Thanks.
Thanks, Arch. So next I have, Sammy, is that all of your questions for now? Great. Susan and then Danny.
Thank you, Julie. Just one question from me. So as best I can tell, there's just one proposal that we could actually approve tonight, and that would be if we so chose, and that would be the retirement employer contribution, making it 5% for everybody. And we could do that, no policy changes are needed. Everything else, we would need a change, and so that will be pushed off to a later time, and we'll have, I would assume, some kind of the impact on the budget with those proposed changes.
So I think if correct me if I'm wrong, if there's support, we would try to budget for the 3 to 5% increase in next year's budget. And then the rest, the same night that you pass the budget, I would plan to have all of the code changes in front of you that night to be passed as well.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay.
Point of process.
Sure.
My understanding too is that tonight's a work session, so as
We're not approving
we're just
anything.
giving feedback to staff.
Right.
Okay.
Thanks,
All
Sammy.
right.
Danny?
Thanks so much, Julie. I think just to kind of keep a running tally here and connect this discussion to the compensation, if we were to pursue 6% increase in compensation and the $150,000, that would represent something like $360,000 increase, what is on the paper in front of us tonight, colleagues, which I think is, I just offer that so that we can all ballpark it. I would be in support of it. I also, even if we pursue that 6% figure, that potentially puts us at the low end of the sort of median range in the jurisdiction. And so I wonder about these wellness days, and I mean, at the risk of going crazy, could we double those? If we figure out, whether it's shifts or hours, however, I trust you to administer that equitably. But, if we're talking about, retention and hiring being problems here, I think 2 whole days of mental health would be I think, reasonable. Personally, I mean, I'm sorry, I shouldn't be glib. But I mean, I guess that would require checking in with departments. That coverage things wouldn't be a problem. And maybe even tweaking the policy such that maybe those days aren't used consecutively. I wonder if that is the kind of thing you might be able to explore, if it might be feasible. I would be interested in seeing that benefit pushed as far as it was feasible, considering that, I mean, even with more pay than we're considering here, I guess is the take-home point that I want to make here, to stay really competitive, to take really good care of our people, that seems like somewhere where it's really low cost to offer a more competitive package.
More than 2 days?
I guess we're talking about 1 extra day. So yeah, I mean, I would, I guess we're talking about from, if I'm not mistaken, 18 to 24 hours right now. So, like what if that were 48 hours would be my thought.
And and this may be obvious, but these hours are in addition to the paid sick leave and the paid vacation.
Totally understood.
Okay.
But I guess the flexibility issue is going to present itself perhaps twice a year if it's presenting itself once a year. So I'm just really thinking about trying to make it as easy as possible.
Yeah.
If it fits and you do what you do.
Right. So I think that's, I think what I'm hearing here, just to make sure that we're getting the manager and Julie what they need from us for sure tonight, is just, I'm sensing everybody's kind of cool with these changes to our benefits package. They seem to be responding to what we're hearing from the town's employees through the surveys that were done as part of this overhaul last year. I'm really excited about these changes. Happy to consider doing even more if it makes sense for the manager to allocate his staff and do it in a way that people are, things are covered. So I'm hearing in particular 2 things that maybe there's further just study to be done on out of just interest by council members. One is, and they're both with regard to these wellness days. One is whether we want to go even farther. And 2 is responding to Eleazar's question about those kind of shifts versus days issue. But a couple of things to think about. But other than that, I'm seeing a lot of nodding heads of support. Sammy?
And I just have a general question that came up when we did the compensation study, which didn't include an analysis of our benefits. And in the first slide for this item, you mentioned there's a benchmarking with our peers and competitors, and I'm wondering how that looks. But is this reflective of us needing to up our game? Are we already doing a good job in terms of benefits being competitive? How's that look?
In the terms of the value of our benefits, we fare very well. And so if you remember, our peers are similar sized organizations, and our competitors are those who we feel we are competing for employees against. And so in both those categories, we did fare pretty well. Part of the first one, the 3 to 5%, that's a pretty direct reflection of what we're seeing in other jurisdictions. But in terms of, our leave, we offer a very fair amount of leave. We fared well in terms of benchmarking.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
And Eleazar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is the other question I was kind of like trying to formulate my brain around, and my brain doesn't always work the way I want it to. So this is more around the tuition reimbursement, and then part of this is like moving more to assistance, and I think that's great. Couple of questions. You said that it's the limit is $750. Is that per semester, per year?
Per employee, per fiscal year.
Okay. And then on average, I don't want to go into anybody's transcripts, but how often is this being used with our staff?
We have $3,000 budgeted for it per year, and we don't exhaust that.
Okay. Yeah. So I would be in favor of looking at, let's cover at least 2 courses per year, and I think $750 in a community college may cover 1 1/4. So I would be in favor of looking at how we can make that more, adjust that number to actual cost of education, specifically for someone who wants to do maybe something in community college or whatever. And what do you envision of this assistance program, right? 'Cause I think one of the reasons that there's a reimbursement, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that you pass the course and then it's like, oh, now we're supporting your success, rather than if you don't pass it, we don't reimburse you. I think that's a little punitive, but how would this work, or is that just not envisioned just yet? Is something that you're looking at?
Yeah, still in the works. If it was, the money was provided up front, we would hope to maybe have some of a possibility of a clawback if we needed it, but we haven't fleshed it out yet.
Yeah, and the only thing I would say on that is, I think an assistance is, I like the assistance part. I would just be very curious to see how that, if there's a clawback, what that would be. I would imagine that I wouldn't be super in favor of that unless it's like one of those, like, we just abandoned the course. We paid for it, then we just abandoned the course. That's a little different, but I don't know. I'll
Well,
leave
I
it
will
up to
say,
you.
as it's worked as a reimbursement policy, we've never had to not reimburse somebody. It's just the fact that they're getting the money after they've already paid. So I think the people who are working for us that are pursuing education are diligent and are following through. So I don't foresee it being an issue, but yeah, I hear you.
Well, no, yeah, and thank you for that, because I do think finding ways of making it easier for folks is something that I would be much in favor of, and just knowing how much school costs for some folks. I have family members who are going through college now. It's crazy. So thank you. Now I'm done. Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
Great, great. Thank you, Eleazar. Any other comments for Julie about these items she shared? Sounds like we're all feeling pretty good about it. All right, Julie, thanks. Mr. Manager, are you feeling good about what you've heard?
Yes, I'm good, thank you.
Great. So next up, we have the parking study implementation and related stuff.
John Humphrey Brown, our Economic Development Director, will present this item.
Okay. Welcome, John.
Good evening. So I've got two parts I'm going to talk about. We're going to look at parking, both paid parking and parking enforcement. And then we'll shift and talk a little bit about business improvement districts. So for parking enforcement, after our last workshop working with you all, we took a lot of that information back and really started processing it, and really came away with thinking about how we need to, kind of some next steps really need to be. And a lot of these are figuring out what does the revenue look like and what does expenditures look like on both enforcement, parking enforcement, and paid parking. And so for parking enforcement, we took a lot of the data that we collected both from the parking study as well as from our update, and really tried to distill that information down and to give us some decent financial numbers that we can really work with to get an idea of what the revenue potentially would look like. I've included here, and I'm not going to read through these individually, you have them in your packet, but the specific assumptions that we looked at when calculating or coming up with the estimations for our revenue on this. So won't belabor that point, but you have those, and again, we can tweak those as necessary. These came from various and sundry conversations with other parking officials, published academic literature, so they're fairly confident numbers. Parking enforcement. So as far as parking enforcement goes, we've estimated the revenues would be somewhere around $190,000, and this would be for ticket fines for people who park primarily longer than 2 hours in any of our parking lots. And the expenditures, we estimate that for year one, the expenditures would be about $267,000, and then each year after that would be about $213,000. I've broken out both those expenditures kind of to give you an idea of what we were looking at, where those numbers came from there as well. As far as the revenue side, we heard the council really interested in talking about at least a first kind of warning, initial if you will, rather than initially originally going to a ticket. And so we have accounted for that here as well. And then moving up second offenses, third offenses, and subsequent offenses based off of the recommendations from the parking study. So those, where those dollar figures come from. I want to reiterate that a small changes in those assumptions really could trigger a big change in that revenue number. So please keep that in mind. So if we implement something here and we're saying, John, you said 190, where are we? You know, there could be a slight change in any of those assumptions could cause a significant change here in the revenue. And I also want to note that the revenue includes enforcement in all of the town's parking lots. So this does not exclude any particular lots. It includes all the lots that we're currently leasing. So, and again, that could change that revenue number as well. Paid parking. So as far as paid parking is concerned, there's a little bit of wiggle room here based off of the rates we want to set and other parameters that we're looking at as far as if we want to offer a first hour free or 2 hours free or any variety of these things. So I've provided a range to give you all an idea. So when we're talking about revenues, it's anywhere from $134,000 to $448,000. And these numbers do come from the parking study as well. So there could be a little bit of an increase there just due to some inflationary measures that we want to take into consideration. And the estimated expenditures are $138,000 to $179,000. Again, as I noted on the revenue side, it's dependent upon the recommended rate and the number of spaces. This parking study provides 2 examples, so it looks at a more narrow downtown core, and that's kind of giving you an example of that lower number where we just do paid parking in a few parking lots in downtown, in this core of downtown, versus if we do all of them, and that's going to be that higher number. So if we did paid parking in all of our parking lots. The estimated expenditures, again, dependent upon the recommended number of spaces, so that number is going to fluctuate a little if we go with the core versus if we go with the bigger footprint. And this does not include the enforcement expenditures, so these expenditures from here would need to be added to the paid parking expenditures as I've broken them out. There'd be a little bit of overlap, but there'd be a little bit of savings, excuse me, but these numbers combined would give you a pretty good idea of what a full-blown program would cost. So next steps. For parking, if we do parking enforcement and we decide to move forward with that and budget that, we would begin initially with some public education, both with our citizens and our business community. We would then initiate the RFP to acquire some enforcement software, and then begin the hiring process for an enforcement officer. If we decide to go with a paid parking option, again, we're going to begin that public engagement and education, informing the community, both citizens and businesses, about what this means and what those policies are laid out to be. Explore and initiate an RFP for paid parking software, and again, initiate the hiring of an enforcement officer. Another consideration that you all may want to think about is that there are companies who will do this all for us. And so that would be something for you all to consider as well. So are there any questions with parking before we move on to MSD?
Just one quick one, John. Thanks for the brief summary. Just occurring to me sitting here, and maybe this is not, maybe you don't know the answer yet, but I'm just thinking specifically about the new deck at the 203 project. Given that that's a jointly owned project, will the county have any say or any desire to have a say about either enforcement or paid parking in that deck?
I will leave it to Mr. White. I would assume that that's a joint ownership venture, so I would assume.
Yes, I know that we're working on the condominium agreement. I need to check in that and see exactly what that conversation has been.
Okay, just wonder about, if the parking is owned jointly, decisions about enforcement and paid parking they might expect to have a say over that, and they might also expect to have some sense of realizing revenues from any paid whatever. So, Sammy.
Thanks for the presentation. Yeah, thanks for that question, Damon. Since we approved of the 2 or 3, I've been requesting that we check in with the county. I hope those conversations are advancing, and I look forward to hearing about them. You know, firstly a question about your parking enforcement. Your current parking expenses is at 145. I was wondering what is included
That was, yeah.
in those expenses.
In the 145 for the current parking expenses?
Yeah,
That's just our current budget, basically, for parking.
for leases.
Correct. Leases and maybe a little bit of maintenance.
Okay, so one of the things that is missing there is the 203 parking, the town's portion, which is double that. So I would appreciate it if we start thinking in those terms and include that cost. 148,000 was the estimate that the assistant town manager shared on a couple months ago. So if we could just be comprehensive in terms of knowing what our expenditures are in parking, I'd appreciate that. And then here it also says includes all existing town and public parking. When we had a previous work session on this, we talked about the possibility of including private lot owners in both enforcement and paid for parking. And so if we're going to do an RFP, I'd be interested in doing an RFP that could automatically just do that kind of study and what that program would be for private entities to participate in both the parking enforcement and pay for parking. And then, yeah, those are my main questions there. Thank you. Oh, I guess, yeah, that's it. I guess one more point related to if private lot owners are included, the revenue generation will be higher because we're talking about more lots that could be included. Thanks.
Thanks, Sammy. Good questions. I have Danny next and then Susan.
Yeah, I would love to co-sign Sammy's point there, just to add another vote for exploring private partnership within that RFP process. And I guess also, you know, depending on the labor involved in this, generally speaking, I would not be personally favorable for a full-on outsource here. I think it's better for the town to have more involvement in more of town processes. But I would be, you know, if it's at the RFP phase, perhaps, where we have some kind of ballpark understanding of like how much staff labor that would save us, you know, if there are, I guess you would have to RFP that out also. So I guess I would be interested in a side-by-side perhaps at some point with more detail from a full outsource. I'm not all that favorably disposed. And then the big headline for me here is, if I understand it correctly, which may be a big if, is that, you know, enforcement without paid is a revenue suck. Paid is, you know, I got a little distracted at the idea of $448,500. So I didn't necessarily hear everything that you said for a couple minutes after that. But you know, I think for me, I have very little interest in enforcement without paid. And I think that what you've laid out really, really thoughtfully, this is a really great presentation, just articulates how much we stand to gain by better using this tremendously valuable resource that right now we're just not. So I really appreciate it. I'm all in favor of a paid parking model. Would be interested to see what outsource versus the town sort of full ownership, how, you know, like what the comparison there would be. And I would be very interested in seeing how private businesses could participate.
Susan, I'm going to come to you in 1 second. Thanks for those comments, Danny. It's reminding me of one question I was wondering about. John, when you mentioned that one model could include, you know, kind of focusing on the core of the downtown rather than worrying about more peripheral lots, right? Just in terms of their value, relative value as parking spaces. So would you be thinking about, you know, we've talked about these dynamic pricing models and so on before, right? One version of that could be just simply identifying that parking in the 203 project deck is highly valuable, highly sought after parking real estate, and thinking about pricing it appropriately as compared to on-street lots, or surface lots or other spaces. But is that kind of what you were thinking about when you said focusing on some lots and not on others?
Well, yeah, I mean, we a lot of times when we look at the occupancy demand data, supply and demand calculations to get a better idea of what the occupancy in these lots are, you know, the highest demands are typically right there kind of in the center of town.
Yeah.
And so, you know, it's the Century Center lot, it's the Merritt Mill, Rosemary lot, you know, these are high frequently occupied lots. And so going to a paid model could certainly be a solution to help increase the supply by increasing turnover.
Susan?
Yes, thank you, John. A few questions, a couple of comments. Going back to Danny's number that shut down all other thinking, $448,500. $450,000. So yeah, I just wanted to mention on that in terms of the importance of the paid parking for me too, is that it seems like from our conversation last time, the goal is that this is self-sustaining in terms of paying for the enforcement, but then with that extra revenue, we can be looking at offering new, other ways for people to be accessing downtown through bicycles and through walkers and what have you. So I'm very excited to hear those numbers that we may be able to do both. Couple of other things. We've been talking about spending a lot of money tonight. So I wanted to make one suggestion on some possible savings. It's not a whole lot, but I did want to throw it out. I noticed, John, in the leases, the counts for some of the parking leases that you presented during our last meeting, Fitch Lumber, Fitch Warehouse, and Community Works. There was very little use at all three of those lots, and so I was hoping you could, take another look at those. But I'm wondering, I think we have to give a 90-day notice. But given how little they are being used, I actually wondered if we should consider canceling those leases after 3 months to save a little money too. I also wanted to mention, Randy made a really good point at the last meeting about a pilot paid parking on Rosemary. And while some of this is going to be longer term, I was hoping that for this, maybe soon, we could actually start paid parking at Rosemary and just start collecting a little bit of data in terms of how that's going and what makes sense in terms of how long people are parking and all of that kind of thing. Finally, I would recommend that we include counts when we're doing our budgeting, because I think that's going to be a really important thing moving forward. I don't know annually or what the typical schedule is, but just being able to keep pretty good count on how parking is being used and the adjustments that will be needed. So that's all I've got.
Yeah, if I can just comment real
Yes.
briefly. We have budgeted for counts again this fall for next fiscal year. And I should also note that some of the I'm sorry, I lost my thought. I'll come back to it if I remember.
Sure.
Sorry. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Randy?
Yeah, I have a question, John, and this is based on conversation in the Economic Sustainability Commission.
Randy, could you pull a little bit closer, just a little bit? Make sure you're speaking right into the mic. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. There are some towns in North Carolina that I visited where I was a visitor, but the locals had a rearview mirror tag that designated that they were local residents. So what would happen, and I want to say this was Hendersonville, but I'm not sure. And I think this also happened in Beaufort. But the point is that they had a tag so that for enforcement purposes, folks knew if they were over that 2-hour limit, okay, maybe they needed that other half hour. I'd like us to look into that to see what else is out there. While I agree with Susan that many people will be walking and biking into town, many of the residents in Carrboro live outside the 2-mile limit, and, you know, they will be driving. Hopefully, they will be driving EV vehicles sooner than later, but whatever they may be driving, you know, we really don't want to be unwelcoming. I know that that's been an issue in Chapel Hill because people are parking in Carrboro to go to Chapel Hill. So I want to be mindful that the residents that we want to see come downtown do so. And there's lots of folks who will come downtown and they may shop or they may just, you know, sit with their computer at Weaver Street Market. And time is like water, it runs very quickly. So I really want us to be mindful of that. And I'm glad Susan mentioned the piloting, because I think the piloting will give us some data. And I think part of the education that we're looking for is what kind of feedback, because education goes two ways, that when we're engaging with the public, we're also getting feedback on what they're comfortable with and where they say they may have concerns. So, and lastly, with 203, I want to be careful that we don't see that as a major revenue generator, because libraries are free. Libraries are free. And so, you know, when you're charging to park to go to the library, who's burdened? And I'm just going to put that out there. So, thanks.
Thanks, Randy. Okay, why don't we let John go on to do you want to follow up another question, Sammy? And I just want to remind y'all, John has also some information to say about business improvement districts.
Yeah, just very quickly, just want to remind the manager on the conversation with the county, that talked to them also about parking at the 203 employee parking, if they could be done off-site, because that's prime.
I have an update if you like. I did speak with the county manager, and she supports her employees parking on-site because she said that's the way it is at all of their county buildings, and she didn't want to single that out as something different.
Well, then maybe that's an opportunity for us to connect with electeds, because it shouldn't be, I mean, you know, we tend to think of ourselves as leaders in this county, and maybe we can shine some light of that policy the county has. Maybe they should reconsider it, because if we're talking about really tying up some significant parking in the downtown, and I'm sure it's the same in Hillsborough. So I'd be interested in conversing somehow, probably an Assembly of Government meeting or amongst the managers and chair, Mr. Manager, because I think that is old school thinking that is way outdated, and you know, I think the electeds are probably on a different page, I would hope.
I think it's going to depend, part of that wider conversation about what is the county's expectation about their spaces versus our spaces, and how are we, you know, I think it'll be interesting to figure out how that
It sounds like a
discussion goes.
negotiation.
Yeah, that's right.
What I'm trying to say is, let's not take their word for it as the end, like we have to negotiate this.
Yeah.
I appreciate your mentioning dynamic parking, and in context of what you mentioned about peripheral parking. I would hope that if we did an RFP, they're thinking of the ecosystem, including those peripherals, which would be the free parking, and folks who want to park really close to where they want to be in the downtown core could choose to park in more expensive places. So yeah, and when we do the RFPs, I presume we, as a council, would have a chance to look at that RFP before it went out, or I'm requesting that we have that opportunity, just to make sure all the things that we're interested in being done are included. Mr. Manager, is that something that you could share with
So
us?
we typically don't bring full RFPs to the council, but we have brought scopes in the past, the scope of work.
Scopes,
So-
yes, thank you, yes. Those are my comments for now, thanks.
All right, I'm going to suggest we let John move on to the next part of his presentation.
All right. So we also discussed at the last workshop discussions about a municipal service district and opportunities there. And so this is going to be kind of a little bit of an update and a refresher on that. So when we're talking about a municipal service district, we really outlined the downtown area, the downtown zones, the downtown commercial zones. And so those are highlighted here. That area is highlighted here and gives you some landmarks that you can orient yourself by. Basically, it's just including our I think what most people would consider downtown Carrboro. And so what we're doing is we're looking at that district and overlaying that with a special assessment. And so in this example, we are estimating the revenues set at 8 cents for the municipal service district to generate about $147,900. And when we look at the expenditure side, I've outlined some considerations here, but ultimately it's going to be based off of the services that are provided. So the whole premise or the major function or purpose of a municipal service district is really to provide a higher level of services or special services in this particular area, geographic area of your community. And so what we really need to be kind of doing is looking at what are these expenditures, what are the services we want to provide in this district, and then kind of backing into what is that going to cost us from a revenue perspective. I've also laid out some additional potential rates here at 10 cents and 20 cents per $100 assessed, just to give you an idea of what kind of revenue generation that district could bring in. Some service considerations include things like we're recommending maybe half of it go towards downtown parking expenditures. The other half go for projects like downtown revitalization or beautification projects, potentially grants, and then maybe something like collective marketing for downtown, so that we would have consistent marketing within all of our downtown community. If council chooses to go in this direction, we are recommending at least a $3,000 budget for this coming fiscal year to conduct some public engagement and education to really get some feedback from the business community and our citizens over thoughts about this, what services are needed, get a better understanding of what we really need to be putting in here for council to consider. So should the council choose to go in this direction, some next steps include a preliminary report that is required by state statute. And the report would outline basic things like what is the delineation of the district and the specific services that are being provided. Not required by statute, but something that we felt council would want to embrace is a public education and engagement period where we have the report, going and kind of shopping that and really getting feedback on that report from the community and ensuring that we're meeting the needs of the business community in that district. Next would be a public notice and a mailing, which would be required to distribute to all the property owners within the district. This is a statutory requirement. A public hearing is required to be held, also required by statute, and then ultimately the adoption of the ordinance and establishing of the district as required by the statutes. Just as a note, the timeline on establishing something like this could take at least 14 weeks, and the ordinance by statute would be required to be implemented at the next fiscal year. So at this point, we really don't have enough time to go through the full process to create this for the beginning of the next fiscal year. So something for you all to keep in mind as we're moving through next fiscal year. We're going to need to make sure we can, if this is something you want to pursue, we can back it up in time so that we can get it approved before next July. So with that.
So John, it sounds like in terms of potential budget impact for for fiscal year 24, what you're looking for some feedback on is whether to pursue this $3,000 budget for engaging with the public about the idea, run it by folks, see what kind of reaction we get. Is that right?
Yeah, just really some an opportunity to engage the public and really get some do some education. What is an MSD? This is not a common thing that most people would know about. So really making sure we're educating the public and the business community and using those funds for outreach as well.
Okay. Thanks, John. Danny and Sammy and Susan.
Thanks, John. And I think, the stakes here not being immense, I think I would be thrilled to see the public engagement. So for this year, I'm glad we have a little bit of time, in large part because one of the things that I feel most strongly about here, I think it's perfectly appropriate to spend some of this money on parking, and we should, and our businesses will certainly want us to. But I would also really be curious about how potential bike ped improvements could be a benefit to businesses, whether there is some way to involve transit partners here to increase service, like within the district. That may be a little bit difficult bureaucratically or just within jurisdictions and stuff like that. But, I think a large part of the idea here is the difficulty of funding meaningful access. I mean, even to Randy's point, if we talk about wanting to be able to get people downtown at length to spend money, to lose track of time, those are really valuable customers. And I think that we need to be, as much as possible, diminishing the extent to which you need a car to be that customer. I believe that it is in our businesses, like it should be really good business for them to, start to wean off of parking but increase more meaningful access. And so all to say, if I probably the way that this takes the shape for town is bike ped access. And I think that, like, if they exist, what would be the strongest possible argument there would be comparisons. I know we have some economic data from like Open Streets, but that's kind of a festival. It's sort of juice numbers anyway. So I would be curious if there are other municipalities who have seen street closures, alley regreenings, things like that. If there are business expenses or business like revenue numbers associated with those things, I think that would really help us get our head around them.
Sammy, you're next, and then Susan.
Yeah, I agree with Danny. I think key though is also along with those lines is for public engagement. If there's a educational component that we not be talking about this being for parking, but rather access. At our last work session, that's the kind of language we want to be using, because using the language of access includes bike ped and sidewalk and biking infrastructure and transit and all the ways we can micromobility access the downtown. So I think that would be key if we're going to allocate $3,000, that we really use that to really promote the idea of this is for access to the downtown. I also would be interested in getting a comparison in terms of what other municipalities in North Carolina do raise in their rates. How does this proposed 0.08 cents compared to what Chapel Hill, Durham, and many other what the range is? I'm sure the League of Municipalities could probably help in that. And then in terms of timing, I know we're working on this year's budget, but I'd be interested, first thing coming back from our summer break, getting that preliminary report that would include the information we've been requesting here, and like comparison rates and kind of the scope of how these funds could be used. And then the other thing that is important to define is who's managing it. There's two models. One is a municipality can manage it, or you could have a special entity, kind of like a tourism entity. I think that's how Chapel Hill does it. But those are two models. I personally would be interested in having the town manage it. But that would be something I would hope we could consider during a regular session meeting of ours coming back from the summer. Report. Thank you.
Susan.
Yes, thank you for those comments, Sammy. And I just wanted to add a couple of things in terms of the engagement. I would, I do like this idea of adding $3,000 to the budget for the public engagement. And to me, it seems like it would be really important that that would be in person with focus groups or what have you. It seems like these are conversations rather than online surveys, just because of the complexity of all of this. I would hope that this could be something that the BIPOC Business Roundtable could definitely be weighing in on, because I think there are some really unique issues and challenges for them. I appreciate the point about looking at other cities and towns and how much revenue they would be raising, But I also think it's going to be important that we're providing the context of what our tax rate currently is. And my conversations with small town, the business owners is, so many are really struggling, and so many talk about the high tax that's already there. So I think it's going to be important that that's part of the conversation too, is having that context of where we are relative to other cities and towns in the state. So those are my comments. Thank you, John.
Good question, Susan. Is there a level of comfort among council members with, at the very minimum, kind of making room in the budget for this public engagement effort so that we can get feedback from business owners and other residents and other community members about this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, just one quick
Sure,
comment.
Sam.
Along the lines of Susan, I mean, this is a potential extra burden, but I'd be interested to see what the current cost is for the private parking that is currently paid through rent and or mortgage. That is a cost that businesses have. As a means for kind of, if we're also talking about getting rid of downtown parking minimums, if we were to take that burden off of private lot owners or businesses and instead allocate that towards the downtown business district, what would be an equivalent in terms of the rate versus the savings from not having to provide, open space for parking? So I think there's ways of thinking about this that kind of balances out, and to whatever degree we're able to include that kind of framing in the outreach effort, I think we'll be better off in having this be palatable to folks. Thanks.
Okay. John, you have what you need?
Got it.
Mr. Manager? Okay, great. Thanks again,
Thanks.
John. Appreciate it. Okay, so we are coming up on 8:45. We have made it through the first three topics. I think we have three more topics coming, including next is the climate action budget topic. Mr. Manager, do we want to proceed?
Take maybe a 2-3 minute break, or you want to keep going?
Do we want to take a 2 or 3 minute break? I could use it just to get some water, if that's okay.
Stand up.
Okay, why don't we take a brief recess, maximum of 5 minutes.
5-minute break. Trying to keep
Okay, everybody, we're back, refreshed, ready to hear about climate budgets and more. Mr. Manager, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor. Laura Janway, our Environmental Sustainability Coordinator, will present this item.
Welcome, Laura.
All right, yes, thank you, Mayor, Manager, Council. I'm here tonight to present a climate action cost and greenhouse gas emissions reduction model. And so to start, the first two slides, what I have here is the model that we used last year. And it shows emissions reductions projected out through FY 2930, as well as on the next slide, the costs associated with these emissions reductions. And this year, what we've really done is we've taken out, expanded this chart a little bit into a few different categories, which I'll go over. And we also have come up with quite a few new metrics for modeling. And so I think that the slides that I'm going to show you in the rest of the presentation will be the best projection we have so far for all of these emissions reductions. And so the other thing that we've done this year is instead of showing reductions by fiscal year, we've shown it as the total emissions for each fiscal year. And so this is the costs that we had projected last year, and we've really worked to refine this this year. So to start, I just want to go over a few things. We have two different plans for the town. One plan focuses on the town's goals, and one plan focuses on the community's goals. So for each of those plans, we have a goal of a 80% reduction in 2010 levels of emissions by 2030. So that's where we're starting with all this. And with these emissions, there are several different categories. And so this visual on the right is our attempt at showing how spending and emissions reduction can intersect. So if you start with the yellow box, the town spends money to reach our town emissions reduction goals. And then in the green box above that, we also spend money as a town to help the community reach its goals. And then over on the right-hand side of the visual, you can see that the community spends money that will help the community reach its goals. And there's also a category where the community could spend money to help the town goals. That is not one that we really have developed metrics for or have modeled yet. So the three models that I'm going to show you are the three categories, excluding the one in the bottom right. And just to show you a little bit more about the big picture of emissions, the community represents about 99% of the total emissions that occur within town limits of Carrboro, and the town emissions represent 1%. And so overall, how do we model this? Well, we have to start with a baseline. So what we did this year is we really dug into our emissions inventory, and I really want to thank our new environmental planner, Eric Funke, for all of this. And I also wanted to extend a big thank you to all of the other departments and staff members who have really helped with all of this emissions calculations and providing budget numbers as well. I meant to say that in the very beginning. So overall, just an update on where we are. Where did we start from with all of these models on the following slides? With the town, we're able to use our utility bills and get a really good picture of exactly where we're at in 2022. You can see that number right there, 1,470. That's our emissions. That's that 1% number over in the chart on the left. And the progress on town emissions has been really great to see this year. We're down 21% since 2012. And a big part of that reduction in the past few years we're attributing to the new LED streetlights as well as LED lighting in our town buildings. And so looking at the community category, we do not yet have the updated 2022 numbers. We're still working on getting all that data from the utility. But overall, where we're at right now is around 109,000 metric tons of CO2. And that's about a 4% reduction per capita since 2012. One thing to note is, as I mentioned up in the title here, the town, when we do our emissions reduction calculations, we use a program that incorporates something called fugitive methane emissions. And fugitive methane emissions are basically leaks that occur kind of upstream along a natural gas pipeline. And the reason why we really want to think about this is because methane is a very potent greenhouse gas. And so something that the council had asked us to look into in the past few years was, basically look into the latest research and make sure we're using the best numbers we can for calculating those fugitive methane emissions. So I just wanted to note that these numbers do incorporate those new calculations. And so overall, these are the baselines where we're starting with for the next models. And so starting with town emissions, this is that 1,470 number that I mentioned. What we've done is looked at town spending towards town goals. So that's that yellow category. What are we spending to help us reach our goal as a town? This is things like town buildings, the town's fleet, and what we're spending also on ecosystem resilience projects such as stormwater and trees. And so the reason why this chart has a lot of TBD boxes on it is because the CIP is programmed only through FY 26-27. So we've programmed a lot of this spending from this fiscal year through FY 26-27, but the model is not complete because we still have some more CIP as a town in the future that we'll be programming. There's also some solar projects that we are going to be thinking about incorporating, as well as our fleet study implementation. So all of these are still, the town is going to discuss how to move forward with these different, this different information that we have. And so this model right now, I also wanted to mention that this is just a summary slide. I do have the detailed slides in your packet as well as here if you do have any questions later. But right now, it's just, I think it's important just to focus on the overall numbers. So overall, what we're looking at as a town is by 2030, we're projecting that we'll reach a 59% reduction in emissions. And that's purely with the program, the CIP program through FY 26-27. So there's still a few years that we have yet to model that can help bring that number down below 59%. And then moving towards another category, which is this green category in the top left. This is money that the town is spending and actions that the town is taking to help the community reach its goals. And so overall, what we've modeled here, we've modeled FY 23-24 through the end of 2030. And we do have a small increase in our spending, our carbon sequestration proposed in FY 23-24. That is within the climate action budget. In addition, there's a lot of items that are still in progress for modeling, similar to town spending on town goals. We haven't figured out the best metric to measure town or staff time and a few other things. So there's quite a few things that are still in progress, but we do predict around 26,588 metric tons of carbon emissions reduced by 2030 based on town spending. And overall, this is just one piece of the community emissions. So I'll go towards the next piece of that in the next slide, which is community spending towards community goals. And this is a category where we've been able to do a lot of research and really refine these projections. So that's why these numbers look a bit different than things we've modeled before, because we've really been able to look at what are these federal agencies and other big entities predicting. And so overall, by 2030, we're from what we've researched, they are predicting a 54.2% reduction in emissions from electricity production. This is due to the grid improving Duke Energy's goals, and as well as people switching over to energy efficient appliances which use less electricity. We're also predicting a 30% decrease in energy demand from natural gas heating due to just improvements in the technology, as well as electrification, people switching over to things like electric heat pumps. In addition, there are some increases we've also modeled. They're predicting a 0.8% increase annually in electricity sales not only due to population growth, but also adoption of electric vehicles and electrification of homes. Additionally, in transportation, there's a predicted increase of EVs to a 22% market share by 2030. And there's also, so that will hopefully reduce emissions in Carrboro, but then based on trends that we've seen, we're also predicting a 2.45% increase in vehicle miles traveled. And that's where we see some emissions changing there. We've also modeled an increase in solar installations. We've seen an increase in solar, residential solar every year since 2012 within Carrboro. So with programs such as the Solarize initiative and the price changing, we're hoping that we're going to continue to see that as well. So in this category, I've showed just some numbers that we're estimating community members may spend, and we've also incorporated these assumptions in the yellow box to get this number at the bottom, the 37,000 metric tons reduced. So if you bring together those two categories, the 26,000 reduced from the town spending for the community, and then the 37,000 we're predicting the community and the grid and other changes might enact, we're predicting a 61% reduction in community greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. And so overall, some key takeaways from all of these numbers. Our town inventories now incorporate fugitive methane emissions, so this is something that the council had requested and we're hoping gives us a better picture of exactly where we're at. Our 2022 community inventory is not yet complete, so as soon as we get that, our baseline will change, and hopefully we'll be starting from a lower number, meaning we'll have less emissions to reduce. In addition, we also need to backcast our emissions to 2010. That is the year that our goal was based on, reducing 2010 levels of emissions by 80%. So in order to make sure we're meeting that goal, we need to make sure we're starting from the right place. So we're working on that, and it's just some effort required to make sure we're doing the right things with the fugitive methane emissions and a few other calculations. Additionally, as I mentioned, many items have not yet been modeled. And overall, as you can see by these circles, we are shrinking both the town and the community's footprint by around 60%. That's our projection, due to actions and spending by the town and the community. However, there is a gap between that and 80%. So overall, the estimated FY23-24 budget impact is around $9.6 million, and this is based on all projects and initiatives that the town has in place that have a climate impact. So this includes Chapel Hill Transit and other, the climate action org code and things like that. So overall, one thing we've identified as a low ratio of cost per emissions reduction would be looking into additional carbon sequestration contributions. One number that we've come up with is that around 266,000 annually would help reduce around 24,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide, and that would close the gap for both the town and communities reductions from what we know right now. But again, there's a lot to program with the CIP, and definitely still some refinements that we can make to our models. But overall, that's the big picture of where we're at right now. Thank you.
Wow, Laura, as usual, a lot of work reflected in your presentation. I appreciate you giving us the sort of thumbnail sketch. And the key takeaways are really helpful too in getting us grounded. So I know we'll have some questions. Sammy, I'll start with you.
Thanks, Laura, as always, and I appreciate all your and your colleagues' work on this over time. I also appreciate, Mr. Manager, this coming before us earlier in the process. Last year was the meeting before our approval of the budget, and as we can see tonight, there is a lot to digest here. There's so much to digest that I haven't had time. We just received this information right during your presentation. So I would like for us to have a work session where we can delve into this, or personally, I would like to have an opportunity to really look into this information, digest it, understand kind of what that gap is, details such as like carbon sequestration. What are we talking about? Is that carbon offsets? I'm kind of wary of that kind of approach because it's really pushing the buck onto somewhere else. So a lot of questions I'll be sending to the manager for clarification. One question is this graph shows 80% of 2022 levels. Is this what you're talking about? We need to backtrack to 2010 levels because our goal is 80% of 2010, not 2022. So little tweaks like that, just so we're actually representing what our goals are and not something else, I think it is important.
Yeah, and it's represented wrong on the graph. I appreciate you bringing that up. It is right now the 61 represents 2012 levels. It's just shown from 2022 on the graph, so I apologize for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, there's some fix that needs to happen there. Yeah, I just want to understand, so 9 million, those are things that we're already doing. It's budget season. I'm very much interested in understanding what is the proposal for meeting that 80% below, not the 61. What's that difference? What are the projects that would get us there? And this is what the resolution speaks of is over 10 years, how do we get to the 80%? And the reason why it's over 10 years is so that we can spread out this very necessary and ambitious expenditure by the town. And so unless we have that broken down 10 years, it's really hard to do within the 2 months we have to finalize a budget. So I look forward to seeing specifically that gap reduction component of what is going to impact our budgets, not just what we're currently spending, but how are we going to go that extra mile to meet our goals? So, having not really had much time to really look at this in more detail, I don't have more comments, but I do look forward to having an opportunity soon, so that this could be included in our budget process, whatever else comments there are. Thank you.
Danny?
Yeah, Laura, I just want to thank you. And I think, Eric, this new presentation is really wonderful. The granularity and formatting, I really think it gives us the opportunity to anchor a lot more decision-making in some concrete realities. And I find myself, really perversely heartened by this gap. Honestly, since I have been on council, that 80% goal it's been so difficult for us to track, and it has seemed so huge that I've thought at times, climate is a hard issue. It's hard not to despair a lot of the time. And this gap here, 19 and 21%, really puts this really is comments for public and my colleagues here, because to Sammy's points, I think, that gap is significant, but it's pretty close, honestly, relative to I think what a lot of us think of when we think like if we're 3/4 of the way to our goal, and you can't buy a gallon of milk within a mile of Homestead Road. There are a lot of things we're talking about on this council in terms of changes to the urban form and reducing vehicle miles in community that do not show up in these models that could be really pretty radical. And so I think what our staff has given us here is a really awesome baseline to start to think about some of the land use and zoning things that I know have been priorities for us, to me are what really become critical in this analysis. Because if we look at $10 million a year is aggressive, if 61%, to my mind in some senses exceeds expectations for what it is that municipal programming is able to do. When we add really dramatic changes to the urban form and infrastructure that really takes vehicle miles off of our roads, I think, I don't want to soapbox, but my takeaway here is that with the priorities we have that are not even necessarily reflected in this analysis, we could be really, really close. And so I would really encourage us through this budget process, and especially after this budget process, after we get through these very concrete levers to pull here, to really turn our attention to the changes to the LUO that we've been talking about, because that's really what we're talking about here. And 19% is doable if we do it correctly. So sorry, Thank you. I really, really appreciate it, Laura and Eric and all the rest of staff that contributed to this.
Thanks, Danny. Susan?
Thank you for your presentation, Laura. Couple things. So Sammy had mentioned a work session on, I guess it was specifically on climate, and I didn't know if we were going to be doing that. If we're not going to be doing it, I had a few more specific questions, but if we are going to be doing that, I'm going to hold off on my questions.
I mean, it could be a regular meeting too. It's just like,
Yeah, I think it would be, just in the interest of our time here tonight, to focus on budget impacts for
Right.
this manager's recommended budget. I mean, it might be best to try to focus on questions related to that, and focused on what the feedback the manager is looking for from us. But maybe, Richard, you can.
So I'm still trying to get my head wrapped around that as well. So let me think. Let me say where I think we might be. So in FY24, we're planning to spend $9.6 million, and I think the question I'm hearing, Councilmember Slade, if I'm right, is you're interested in knowing how do we get from 61% to 80%. I'm not certain we need to
By
work
2030.
by 2030. Right? Yes. It seems like that's the central question. I know you have lots of questions about the information being presented, but it seems like that's what we need to talk about is what would it take the town to get from 61% to 80%. So I'm just trying to figure out, do we need a work session to do that? And I can talk with Laura and I'll just have to figure out how we can present that, if that's what your central question is.
yeah, I mean, I don't know if it would be a work session. It'd be a regular meeting where we would just approve.
Just
of
bring
it,
information
the public
back,
could-
right,
could
yes.
comment on it. And maybe one component of it is identifying those things because we keep losing years in our 10-year timeframe. What is the stopgap for getting some more towards fixing that gap? But really thinking about supplementing staff's effort and work with contracting out extra help to dedicate to really finding that gap. Because it's been 3 or 4 years since that original resolution. And I'm very worried that we're running out of time. And if we were able to just contract out that specific task to identify exactly what it is that we need, spending-wise, project-wise, to fill that gap, staff's already busy trying to implement, with the expenditures we are allocating already towards climate. It's another thing for them to do this kind of analysis. So maybe that's one way to think about this, is like, for our current budget, include some funding towards contracting out that work of identifying that gap. So that come next budget cycle, we do have that 10-year time frame broken down annually on something that we can wrap our heads around to achieve our goal.
And one thing I also want to mention, maybe I didn't explain it well, but the 24,191 metric tons, that is the total amount that we need to get to 80% with the town and the community, to get them both to 80%. So that we know the number right now based on the projections. And we've run several different scenarios for ways that we could do it, putting money into different programs. And one thing that we found that seems to be the most cost-effective right now would be the $266,000 annually towards carbon sequestration. There's quite a few programs that we've looked into in the state. There's one that we do already contribute some money to as a town every year. So that's, I should have put that on here, that the 24,191 metric tons, that's what we need to get to 80%.
So that would do our gap. We just have to offset it. My worry is offsetting is just, it's exactly that. It's offsetting somewhere else where accountability is not necessarily happening. If we're not able to do it here, I don't understand how we can imagine offsetting it somewhere else and hoping that they're going to do it. And the accountability is just not there. There are plenty of studies that show how offsetting is just doesn't work.
So thanks for that, Sammy. I think getting that clarification is good in terms of the information you're wanting. Susan does still have the floor, so I want to make sure.
Sorry, Susan.
Thank you, and I'm going to be, I'm just going to share maybe 3 or 4 bulleted points on, this will be my desires for the budget. One thing I just wanted to, it's something that Danny has brought up about this dashboard. And I think it was going to be used for tracking our progress on climate, but also lots of things that we can track. But that will be a separate conversation in terms of that, or I assume that's another part of the budget dealing with the whole new technology, and we'll discuss that at another time then. Laura, I know I saw the article about the composting, curbside composting, which was great, and it sounds like that application won't be until some point this year, so the implementation wouldn't be until the following year. So I was just gonna see if there could be some money possibly for even a pilot in multi-housing. I think that has been suggested, just to try this and see what it's like without spending a lot of money right off the bat. So I was gonna suggest that for this fiscal year. I was also, Laura, it looked like you have data showing how quickly we're kind of changing over to EVs. So that, of course, will be needing more charging stations. So I just was hoping that there will be ample funding in the budget for the charging stations, including bike charging stations too. I wanted to add those in. And finally, Sammy had brought up about the micro-mobility, and I think that will be about the bike share with UNC, Ride Spin, I think it's called. But I assume that will be in a separate memo.
Yes,
from
we'll
you.
send that by memo, yes.
That's all from me.
Okay, great. Thanks, Susan. Any other questions for Randy? Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Laura and Eric. The visuals are awesome. Would you go to the slide that has the Foursquare? First of all, I think that's a great graphic. It really gets to the heart of what the difference is in efforts between the town, with the town goals and the town goals for the community and community herself. And the reason why I think this is really important is that it's an unknown. It's a really huge unknown how far we can get community to move. I just want to make a pitch for two things. One, the climate action team is energized and ready to work. I think we need to be looking at how we get the climate action team into neighborhoods in the community so that we can not only find out what they need and what they're looking for, but also match it with the potential for resources. I don't know that the $2,400 or whatever it is, $2,500 that was set aside for green neighborhoods is sufficient. Just let me give an example. This is pie in the sky, of course, but let's say we were looking at the heat pump question. You know, let me just back up one step. If weatherization, we met the weatherization needs of everyone in low-income Carrboro between now and 2030, that would be amazing. You know, for example, what would that cost? How many homes? What would that cost? But then the same question should be raised in terms of heat pumps, converting to heat pumps. Were we to do that? So I'm looking at the weatherization is more than just the, you know, the getting homes up to not losing heat, right, and getting them conditioned properly, but also how do we get these other initiatives moving, like the electrification. So that's number one. Number two, when the climate action team engages, you know, if a neighborhood determines that it wants to do a community garden or it wants to address its stormwater issues, we don't know what those costs are going to be. And so somehow we need to have some metric for figuring out how much should we budget annually if we want to help neighborhoods and, take on larger projects? Because that's not evidenced here, although that's 50% of the diagram. Okay, so thanks. And I just think that that's splendid.
Thank you, Randy. Any other questions for Laura before we move on?
Yeah.
Sammy?
So we had an estimate of what it'd take to weatherize all low-income homes in Carrboro, which was $6 million. That's not all homes in Carrboro. That's just low-income homes. And so I'm looking at the line item in your graph on page 36, the printout, and shows buildings, and it doesn't show $6 million. It's showing something less. Let's see if it's about maybe $1.5 million. So it's that kind of discrepancy that
I've only modeled what we've programmed, basically. So
what we
have-
program.
Yeah.
And so what we need to program is what we're missing, the 10-year, to fill that gap. And I understand that you're saying $200,000 a year is what is going to fill that gap, but I'm really very concerned about the reality of that, and strongly suggest that we get more help for Laura to really nail down this 10-year plan as part of this budget cycle, allocating those funds, Mr. Manager. So that's one request I'm making. And again, I'd like an opportunity during a regular meeting, at a minimum, for me to at least be able to send some questions to staff, and if there's further follow-up during the meeting itself, to have that opportunity. It's just, there's so much in here, not really doing it justice. It had been, maybe if we receive this on Friday, I might have had a chance, but it's just a lot to look at.
Okay, I think we're ready to move on to the next topic. Laura, thank you so much.
Gracias.
Look forward to more conversation about it. So I think next we're moving on to, Mr. Manager, over to you.
Our next item is the interlocal agreements and funding requests. And our interim Housing and Community Service Director, Anne Marie Vanneman, and I believe you, Mayor Sells, will walk us through this one.
Right, thanks. So Anne Marie's going to share some information on this topic, and then I'll try to supplement what she presents. And just give you all kind of an update on the conversations we've been having at the MMC meetings over the past several months.
Good evening, everyone.
Hello.
Hey. I wanted to just do a quick recap from where we were last year and why this topic is coming back before you all. If you remember last year around this time, the town received 2 requests for funding, one from the Orange County Partnership to End Homelessness and the other one from IFC. And both requests were considerably higher than the towns had previously funded. Council ultimately decided to approve full funding of those proposals. And afterward, the mayors, managers, and the chair of the Human Services and Housing Committee in Orange County began meeting to discuss creating more of an integrated approach to these housing and human services needs and requests in a way that allocates our resources in a way that maximizes them for impact. And these meetings are ongoing, and I wanted to pause here, Mr. Mayor, and see if you wanted to say anything at this point, or if you'd like me to proceed.
Let's just go ahead and go, I think, all the way through.
Okay. All right. So in the meantime, as those meetings are ongoing, we've received requests for fiscal year '24. The Orange County Partnership to End Homelessness has requested funding again, as well as IFC. This chart shows kind of the growth of the asks from fiscal year 2022 to 2023. You'll see that the percent change was pretty significant. This year, the Orange County Partnership to End Homelessness is actually requesting a little bit more, just under $70,000, but this is because the partnership had $200,000 available in unspent funding, and they decided to allocate that to the partners' portions of the agreement. So this, I suspect that this will be a one-time occurrence. Otherwise, their request would have been about $98,000. And IFC this year is requesting $95,000, almost $96,000 again for their emergency shelter programs. Looking a little bit more closely at the partnership to end homelessness, they have received yearly programmatic financial support from the town, governed by an MOU that's in place. And the funding has typically come from the Affordable Housing Fund. However, last year, because the request was so large, transfers from the general fund into the Affordable Housing Fund were required to meet this request. The MOU that we currently have in place is a one-year only extension of that agreement, and it's going to expire on July 29th. And you all should be seeing an updated draft of an MOU later this year, sometime in June, to approve, as will the other governments. So to recap on the partnership, they submitted their request on March 21st. Their total request for this year is just under $70,000. What it does is it continues their expansion request from the previous year, so it's a continuation budget. And again, it's of a lower amount because they decided to allocate their unspent funds onto the partners portion of the total request. So we're very grateful for that. Moving on to IFC. The IFC has received yearly programmatic financial support from the town, largely through the Human Services Program. They have asked for food programs and support for their shelter programs combined through Human Services. And as you can see in the funding levels, it's ranged from, in the year 2018, $13,000 to fiscal year 2022, it was $26,500, and that's largely related to our Human Services budget, which has been flat. It just doesn't have the capacity to support larger requests. So actually the IFC typically over the last couple of years had been receiving one of the larger amounts of the Human Services funding up until last year. So last year, council funded $92,000, almost $93,000 to support the shelters themselves. And then through the Human Services process, $5,000 was granted for the food programs. And again, in order to accommodate this request, funds had to be transferred from the general fund. So to recap that, in April, the IFC submitted their request to the town and to the other jurisdictions as well. Their request is $95,739. They are also requesting $25,000 to support the food programs through the Human Services funding application process. And lastly, they request a 5-year interlocal agreement for emergency housing programs indexed for inflation. And they would like to have this agreement and renewal considered after the 5-year period. And finally, if you'll remember, the Orange County Affordable Housing Coalition requested that the jurisdictions considered 2 cents for affordable housing. Currently, the Affordable Housing Fund is funded through $0.015. Council agreed to allocate the equivalent of another 0.5 cent, making that to 2 cents, and that amount was roughly $126,000. I don't have the projection of what that might look like for fiscal year 24 yet, but the request is that the town maintain that additional 0.5 penny. And just to give you some context about how much money we have annually for affordable housing, the Affordable Housing Revenue Fund has an annual budget that has been between $330,000 to up to $380,000, so roughly an average of $350,000 annually. And the fund itself is primarily to create and preserve affordable housing. We don't typically fund programmatic affordable housing programs at all. They have so far have been going through our human services program. And so that was my last slide.
Thanks, Anne Marie. So council members, I'll just share some notes with you about, just to supplement what Anne Marie's presented. As you know, and as Anne Marie mentioned, the mayors and the chair and the managers and the housing staffs from the various jurisdictions have been meeting together over the last several months. We're getting feedback on somebody's microphone.
Yeah.
Maybe it's him.
Is it mine?
I think it is Eleazar's, but it's better. Okay. So the main focus of those discussions has been around the partnership in homelessness and the IFC request. So I want to start just briefly with the partnership. There was a lot of discussion about the gaps analysis that we're all very familiar with. It's a really great tool that the partnership updates annually that identifies the gaps in our homelessness systems countywide. And it does so at a pretty granular level. And it identifies each gap, what the components of those gaps are, and what it would take to fill those gaps, right? Some of those gaps have been filled, some of them have been partially filled, some remain unfilled. And so there's been one idea that I sort of brought to the table was having a conversation with our partners in the partnership about doing kind of a deep dive on understanding within each of those gaps what the various roles and responsibilities of the town governments and the county government might be in filling those gaps. So, right, so some of the gaps are things that like the towns just wouldn't do, right? But the county might do them. Some of them are things that third parties might do. So for example, there's one of the gaps that has to do with medical respite beds, right? And there's been some discussions with UNC and others about the possibility of starting a program to address that gap. So there's been, I think that idea was received well by the partners, Mr. Manager, to have our staffs get together and be thinking through identifying roles and responsibilities for each component of filling those gaps. And meanwhile, we'll continue to be funding our share of the partnership budget requests. My understanding, Anne Marie can correct me if I'm wrong, is that the Chapel Hill Town Council already indicated to their manager that they plan to, or that their intention is to go ahead with another 1-year extension of the MOU. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And also that the budget request from the partnership is in their manager's recommended budget, I believe?
Correct.
Okay. So another topic that we've been talking about is the request from the IFC for supporting their emergency shelter programs. So where to start with this? Part of our conversation, you remember last year, was involved me sharing my own view of our role there. And I've certainly shared that view with our partners in the MMC meetings about the role of town governments, the role of the county governments in providing these services. There was not consensus around the table during those conversations about that roles and responsibilities conversation. And I suspect there may not, I don't know, and none of us felt confident enough about what our own boards would say on that topic to feel like we could sort of adequately represent that at the table. And so in our last meeting together, we all said that we were going to go back to our boards and just do a check-in, because we kind of reached a point where the conversation had, we weren't getting anywhere. And so, given that this request is back before us again this year, I think what I need some feedback from you all on, so that when I'm having this conversation with our partners in the future, is kind of where you all are sitting with that question. What is the role of the town and the towns and the county in providing these services and therefore funding this request? I've made this argument before to each of you individually and as a group before, that my sense is that these services are primarily a county responsibility. That's how local government in North Carolina is set up. Counties provide human services, towns do not. And in my view, the emergency shelter programs are a human services function. That's even how they're identified in the gaps analysis, as I read it. But in any case, the request is before us, and it needs to be met somehow. And so I think we just need to sort of address that. If the council's will is to continue funding that request, I think then we have to have a conversation about how to pay for it. Because as you've seen from Anne Marie's presentation, in the current fiscal year, meeting these funding requests require drawing from the general fund, drawing from fund balance. And that is not sustainable. The reason that we created the Affordable Housing Special Revenue Fund several years ago and raised the property tax rate over time to fund that program was because we wanted a sustainable revenue source for that program, because we were draining the fund balance over time. That's the situation we find ourselves in now if we continue to fund these requests from IFC and the partnership. We continue to dip into fund balance, and we can't do that forever. So that's kind of where we are with that conversation. I'd be interested in some thoughts from each of you about where we go with that. I believe that, let me add one other layer to this. As you all know, the shelter, the transitional shelter on MLK Boulevard in Chapel Hill is operating under a so-called good neighbor plan or good neighbor agreement that's part of a condition on the permit for that shelter. It keeps the shelter from being operated as sort of a low barrier housing focused best practice facility. And that's been a challenge as well. My sense is that the town of Chapel Hill is working on changing that, certainly with the support of IFC. I don't know how long that's going to take, but I just put that on the table for you to be thinking about as we continue to possibly respond to this funding request. I think it's important that these services be offered in a way that I think even IFC would agree would be a better practice as a low barrier shelter. So I just want to lay that on the table too, that we're currently funding at least partially a program that could be operated in a better way. So let me stop there and just maybe get some feedback from folks, and then we'll continue. Eleazar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm hoping that this thing will go away soon. I keep hearing the feedback. Yeah. Kind of on your question, when you were having this conversation with the folks on the county, what was the county response, right? From what I understand, you were telling the county you should be taking more of this service, carrying a heavier lift with this. What was the response from the county when you brought that up?
So Richard's in these meetings too, and I don't want to say anything that's incorrect or misrepresent anything that came out of that conversation. My recollection or my sense of the conversation is that the municipal governments, the towns, generally agreed that these programs are primarily the responsibility of the county. Is that a fair assessment?
That's fair, yes.
The county disagrees.
Big surprise.
So that's part of where we are in the conversation is the towns, both at the kind of policy level and at the staff level, there seemed to be general agreement that this is a county, primarily should be a county function. So there's just a disagreement there. So that's when I said earlier that there's not consensus around that table. I wanted to make sure I came back to you all and see where is our consensus on that question. Because I told them, I said, look, I know what my view is, but I'm not gonna pretend that I know what everybody else's view is.
Thank you for that. And then I guess my follow-up would that be, if the municipalities take this approach where it's up to the county to fund, will the county fund it? And maybe that's not a question that we have the answer to. But I'm very curious as to where that would land. Or not completely, yeah.
I can't say that I know that. Yeah.
No, yeah. Just putting it out there, and I don't expect you to be in the mind of all the commissioners and being able to answer that question, but that's kind of in the considerations for me.
So,
That's right. So we'll go to Barbara, Susan, then Sammy. Okay.
Thank you, Anne Marie, for the presentation. Thank you, Mayor, for bringing the information from the MMC meeting. I think you, Mayor, you mentioned earlier about looking at the gaps.
Mm-hmm.
And I think staff is supposed to be going through those gaps to just, let me understand what you were just saying there.
So one thing that happened in this process was staff actually from each of the jurisdictions already got together at one point and did some really great work on just digging into the gaps analysis and understanding kind of more about it so they could talk through it with us. I think what remains to be done is, I think there is genuine interest among all the partners, all four of the partners, to do this kind of more directed activity of going through each gap, identifying what each component of that, filling that gap would be, and having a conversation, at least at the staff level, of, is that a town activity? Is that a county activity? Is that a joint activity? Is that a somebody else activity? One of the examples I've used with many of you in our one-on-one conversations is the gap related to youth housing support for specifically LGBTQ housing for young people. There are multiple components to that particular gap, as you know, Barbara, because you've been through the gaps analysis many times. One component is sort of an administrative component, just admin support. Another component is mental health services. Another component is rental assistance. So you could imagine going through that gap, for example, and saying, well, mental health services is not something the towns do. The county has a role in providing those kinds of services. And so, whereas rental assistance, well, the towns do some of that, right? And so you can sort of see where we'd identify roles and responsibilities in that way for each of the gaps in the analysis.
Okay, so I appreciate that. And so, just in thinking about some past conversations that I've had about deliverables, and deliverables for us, I fully believe one of them is absolutely housing. And just knowing the nature of what IFC does, all the different programs, and I just, I wish we could do more. I don't know what the consensus of the council is going to be, but the services, they provide invaluable services to our community and the folks that we see out on the streets, you know, like meals and other things. I mean, it's just too many. The market, you know, it's just a whole lot of things that they do. And, you know, it's hard work. They need resources and they need support. So I really would like to see us do what we could do, but I do like the idea of identifying gaps that like align with what we want to see or what we want to do. For example, the housing, you know, that's a deliverable. Street outreach, I think we all have said at some point or another how important that is. I don't, 95,000 over 5 years, you know, that's a good little chunk of money. I don't know if the budget could stand it or not. I feel like it would, I don't know. I would love it if we could do it, just because of who IFC is to the community and all the great things that they do. But I just feel like it might present some type of issue and potentially not be sustainable. So those are at least my initial thoughts. Thanks.
Thanks, Barbara. Okay, let me go down the list here. Susan and then Sammy.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments, Barbara. It's helpful having that perspective. I had three things. First, I'm a little confused on this. So with the gaps analysis, it seems like we're able to go through kind of point by point, and it seems kind of clear. Well, I mean,
might be overly optimistic about how clear it will be, but
it seems like there is a conversation though, and there is, kind of a consensus on a lot of these items, county versus town function. And so I'm trying to understand why there's not a consensus around the responsibility of the emergency shelter. It seems like looking at what other counties are doing, looking at guidance from UNC School of Government, looking at best practices, why wouldn't there be some kind of really clear consensus on whose responsibility that is?
No, it's a great question. I've tried to do as much study of it as I can and understand it. I think there's just, even in kind of the textbook of local government in North Carolina, it's a little, you could see making the argument either way, honestly. It's just not, it's not explicitly spelled out as an issue. The issue of homelessness in particular, and services provided to prevent and address homelessness. And so you're sort of reading between the lines essentially in these documents to understand these services and as being human services, which are traditionally in North Carolina a function of county governments. But then you have some disagreement about, well, is an emergency shelter program a human service or is it a housing program, right? That's where some of the disagreement has been among the people I've talked to at the county level. It's just not, it's not a cut and dry question.
That's
Richard,
true.
you want to?
Yeah, I'd agree with that, and it also depends on the community and how the community, various communities have coalesced around that issue and how it gets resolved, but it's not clear in the statute. It doesn't specifically say county does that type of homelessness function, if you will.
Okay. Second question that's kind of tied to this, but I don't think of emergency shelter as affordable housing. I mean, we're putting it into our affordable housing special revenue fund. And I like to think of that fund as being self-sustaining through the property tax. But with those, the IFC and now the partnership as part of that special revenue fund, it's not self-sustaining. So I'm trying to understand, what does this mean? And Barbara's question, and it's a good one, is can we do it over the long term? It doesn't look like we can. We don't want to get into the business of every year needing to do a transfer from the general fund. So should I be really thinking of emergency shelter as belonging in the human services budget, almost like outside agency, and returning to this affordable housing special revenue fund as being self-sustaining through the property tax?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think it raises for me a couple of things. One is, if you'll think back to what the original intent of our affordable housing special revenue fund was and was to create and maintain affordable units and to keep people in them. And that's largely how that fund is used today. It's to land bank or to provide grants to construct new units or to do critical repairs and so on, and to provide rental assistance. That's what most of the fund is used to do. And so the dedicated property tax revenue that goes into that fund is meant for those purposes. Our human services program, to the extent that we really have one, similar to the town of Chapel Hill, is essentially a small grants making program, right? We offer a number of small grants to 50 nonprofits in the community to support some of their programs. But beyond that, human services are just not a function of municipal governments in North Carolina. And so compare that to the human services, to the human outside agency programs that the county operates. They define their goals in that program very differently. Whereas ours is sort of a grants-making program to support local nonprofits whose values we feel align with ours as a community. In the county's program, the whole purpose of it is to essentially contract with outside agencies to provide services that the county sees themselves as being otherwise responsible for providing. That's not how we treat our human services thing, our outside agency funding. But the bigger question, which you're getting back to, though, Susan, is the sustainability of it. If we're going to continue to meet these funding requests, we have to figure out how to pay for it. That's the bottom line.
Right, and just to add to that final comment, but just to add to that, this half penny from the Affordable Housing Coalition, which last year we basically did a transfer from the general fund, we didn't raise the tax. I don't think we can keep doing this. You know, at some point, we need to say we either want to support that additional funding request with a tax increase, or we don't support it. But I don't want to get into this, you know, continuing to raid the general fund. I don't think it's a good way to conduct business.
I agree. Next on my list, thank you, Susan, is Sammy, then Randy, then Eleazar.
So Susan, are you suggesting we do a half-cent raise?
I need to think about it. I think it's a really hard question. I think we need to, if we do support the funding, I think we need to have a tax increase.
Okay.
But I don't know if I support the tax increase. I need to think about that more.
Thanks for raising that. I appreciate your breakdown and study of what the statutes say and kind of how hard it is to discern in that way. I would be interested in seeing what the actual practice is in terms of what counties in North Carolina are doing. And if staff could provide that kind of information, and maybe members of the public from Carrboro could pick it up and put some pressure on our county commissioners. I think maybe that's one way to do it. But in terms of your seeking feedback on what to bring back to the table with them, I would say I would align with what your thinking is and recognize it as being a county function. And if they, balk, then we need to have that conversation later. But I think you have to have a strong say at the table with our backing in terms of putting pressure on them. That doesn't mean we're not supportive of addressing these needs, but I think it's important for us to kind of set our boundaries and expect the boundaries and the other partners to kind of play within their realms. If it came to them balking and not putting up the money, I could foresee us negotiating maybe in a year or two, hopefully getting to a consensus with them. But one place we may be able to draw that money from is last agenda, we had the home fund conversation, and there's that gap over 10 years. There's essentially the equivalent of our affordable housing fund, 2 cents or 1.5 cents, $350,000. If we were able to establish a policy where we reset kind of an equitable way and make each other whole every 10 years, we could get that money from the next home fund allocation and allocate it for 3 years to cover these needs. So I think whether we do it for that purpose or not, I think that's a conversation for making things whole with the home funds. It's a year's worth of affordable housing that we're just letting our big brothers take from us. And we need to, or whatever the relationship is between the county and Chapel Hill. And I think we need to, be strong at the table and negotiate. So I'm all for what your perspective has been on those negotiations, and I support backing you on that.
Thanks for that, Sammy. Randy, and then you'll come to Eleazar.
Yeah. First, thank you, Damon, for your synopsis and your analysis. I think it's spot on. I agree. We really, in addition to some of the other pressures we need to put on, we need to put pressure on Chapel Hill regarding the good neighbor policy and the obstacle that's presented. I think it's unbelievably awful, the position that IFC is put into to come back to each of the municipalities annually for what is not a sustainable model. I really believe that this is a county function. and the county needs to understand that this is what its role is with human services. Damon, you and I both served on human services for the county, so we know what human services includes in the county. And over time, each of the municipalities has taken on more and more. For Carrboro, with Carrboro's general fund being what it is, and our capacity as a revenue-generating body, this is not sustainable. So if it's not now, it will be at a later point, as Barbara and Susan already pointed out. So, you know, do you keep Band-Aiding until it becomes so evident that it's impossible, or do you press with the fellow municipalities to have the authentic conversation? It's really important that that IFC is able to create the low barrier sheltering, and in order to do that, that has to be addressed through the good neighbor policy being altered. So that's the first place we need to put pressure. The second is with the county. And I just want to say that just the idea of borrowing money from the fund balance, more than it's not sustainable over time, it is a really bad practice. And it also says to me, and I'm glad that this came out, our human services is about small grants. So eventually what we'd be doing is robbing the small grants from other grantees if we put all of our funding into one service that certainly can be serviced by the county. Regarding the half cent, Carrboro already is, I think, at 2 cents. Is that right?
In the current fiscal year, we did go up to the equivalent of 2 cents.
Equivalent of 2 cents. So we're already ahead of everybody else. You know, when it comes to the special revenues tax, the special revenues fund, you know, community wants to see the result for taxing themselves. And so I think they're very happy with what has been done with Pee Wee Homes and what's been done on Broad and Cobb Street and programs like that, where we're really meeting those needs, right? We're creating the housing, we are preserving or maintaining housing. But when it comes to, the town taking on the, homelessness, it really becomes something where that, the folks in town are like, well, wait a minute, that's not creating housing. This goes to Susan's point about whether emergency housing should fit into that. And I think that that's something that, if we want to continue to do this, we need to make sure that community understands that we're shifting or we're redefining what the special revenue fund is about, because we're already taxing at capacity. And I think folks are fine with being taxed if they can see that we are housing people, not just sheltering folks on a temporary basis. That does not have a finite point. So, I'm really glad that you gave us the information you did, and that the question of identifying the gaps and doing gap analysis is a deeper conversation that's being had now. I really appreciate that. And thank you, Anne Marie, for the work you've done, because I know it's been, a heavy lift.
Thanks, Randy. Eleazar, and then Danny.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of clarifying questions, Anne Marie, and I forgot to do this last time, but thank you for your presentation. So on the IFC, just based on some of the stuff I've heard throughout this discussion, I want to make sure that I'm thinking of this correctly. So the 95 plus request is for just year 2024, not this 5-year interlocal agreement. Is that correct?
They're combined in one request, but the funding for this year is that $95,000 figure.
For 1 year.
And
For 1 year.
For 1 year. And then a 5-year agreement, it would be, 95,000 every year, but indexed for inflation is the request.
See, okay, that was what I was gonna. That was my second question. If it's just 1 year, okay. So a couple of comments on that one. First, I'm not comfortable with using the words raiding or robbing when we're talking about supporting organizations doing such important work. I understand the need to move away from using some of the fund balance. I totally get that. I just want to make sure that we're being, at least I don't feel comfortable using those terms. It just, for me, it brings a negative light to funding a request of an organization that does a lot of great work. But with that, I also agree that we need to find ways of making the county pay or county participate more as far as meeting some of this need from organizations doing a lot of work in the county. And similar to what folks have mentioned, I also agree that some of this work needs to be funded by the county rather than the municipalities. So with that, I think, if we were to move forward with this funding, I would already let folks know that I would not be in agreement with a 5-year plan. If anything, it would be a 1 year while we try to work with the county to see how much of responsibility they're able to take. And that also limits on the amount of funding or funds we would have to allocate. And I would also want to look at where else in our budget can we, we're going to be funding this for 1 year, can we reduce funds that are currently allocated or being allocated for the next fiscal year rather than taking fund balance? I think that's just because I'm also not sure about a tax increase. But if we're talking about this being a 1 year stopgap while we do more negotiations with the county with a very clear idea of we believe these things should be mostly funded by the county. We know that they're not, or trying to figure out if that goes up to date. And also say, if we're having conversations with folks, maybe 95 is not where we fund. It doesn't have to be an all or nothing. I want us to be more creative as we're looking at these funding requests, not just with IFC, but the partnership. And this is important work that I support wholeheartedly. And I think that if the county's not going to step up, someone has to. But also limiting the fact that we don't have endless funds, right? So, I'm just wanted to put that out there. But thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Eleazar. Danny?
So before I get into what I think, did we cover last year's what would have been a dip into the fund balance with ARPA money?
No.
For the half cent.
Is that for the first year of when we bridged this IFC request?
The ARPA funds.
General.
The
Okay, I'm
general.
conflating a different.
Yeah, the general fund, yes.
I think the other communities may have used ARPA funds.
Okay.
We didn't.
I mean, so we're in a pretty excruciating position here, and it's hard not to resent the county for putting us in this position. I think that it is not, I kind of share several of our sense that this is like not an acceptable problem to leave unfilled, but that really weakens our town's bargaining position. We can't go to the county and say, if you don't step up, someone has to. If we're serious about the fact, if we're also saying at the same table that this is not sustainable. Those two things just don't, but I have to see some clarity because we can't keep doing this every single year. So, I mean, I don't know why I got this ARPA idea. Hopefully what I was thinking is, to fit one more year of this into that funding, which, I mean, again, we've covered that's moot and stupid. We didn't do that in the first place. To try and work, I mean, I see, like, if we, this is really where I guess it's like political work is the next step. Is like, we got to start hitting the county commissioners individually. And right, and that sound is, I think, indicative of how we all think that that's going to work for us. And so, I mean, and Chapel Hill. I mean, right, and it's so at this point, we need to, I think, like use the facilities or vacate the restroom, because, I mean, we. Well, I mean, we can't keep saying that we are willing to, to cover this gap, essentially, if we are also not willing to, I mean, or not, I guess I am inclined to try to find a shorter than just to talk turkey, what can be done to offer IFC a way forward. It strikes me as fairly catastrophic for them if this doesn't happen within like a year. It strikes me that we have really no way of knowing how far into a game of chicken we can get with the county. So, I mean, I guess some questions I have would be like, how many more conversations are there with the county? Like, what does a very firm conversation with them look like, where it's like, look, IFC is not going to get this money if you guys don't step up? What is our real sense that IFC doesn't get that money? I don't take that to be an outcome that we're saying we find remotely desirable at this table. And so I think that like in talking actual solution oriented, we have to time box this problem another time. We have to make sure that we do not continue to do this annually. And we have to do like political and community work in our relationships with the commissioners. And even that though, like.
Yeah. So thanks for that, Danny. I think you've made concrete the situation we're in, the problem that we're in, right? I just want to say a couple things, and I know there are some more questions. I've seen a couple more hands. First, what IFC is asking for us to support, for the county and the towns to support, is, of course, vitally important. There's no question about that. And certainly my goal, number one here, myself, is to make sure that the IFC and other organizations who are providing these services on the community's behalf are getting the resources they need to do that. That is not the question for me in my mind. The question is, what is our function as a municipal government? Is it to provide social services? I don't think it is. That's the county's job. That is not saying that we disclaim or, remove ourselves from any sense of like care or responsibility. But it's just recognizing that we have a function as a municipal government. The county has a function as a county government. And if we are using resources as a municipal government to fulfill these kinds of funding requests, there are other kinds of things that need to be funded that we are responsible for that aren't getting funded, including getting housing on the ground, keeping people in affordable housing, and all the other priorities that we have that are properly and I think undisputably municipal functions, right? So I do also want to say, and I appreciate Elazar's kind of reminders about some of this, I do want to say this is not a situation where the county isn't stepping up. The county is stepping up. The county is putting a lot of resources into meeting both this funding request as well as many, many others, and they have a lot on their plate, as you know. So I don't want any of this to be interpreted as thinking that the county is not somehow doing, meeting a lot of really important needs. And then the third thing I wanted to say is, it's not this year or next fiscal year that's the problem. It's doing it year after year after year. The 5-year agreement, okay, but it's not going to stop at that. We all know that. It's not one 5-year agreement. Let's be real. We do that. And so if we are going to do it, we have to figure out how to pay for it. We have a few pretty clear options. I hadn't thought about ARPA, actually, but maybe that's another conversation. But one is we keep dipping into fund balance. That's going to run out. One is we find somewhere else in the budget to cut. One is we raise taxes. Like those are our choice. Those are our options. Now, maybe not this year, maybe not next year, but This is an indefinite commitment. If it's one that we decide for one reason or another that we have to commit to. I saw Barbara and then Sammy.
So I appreciate that, Mayor. Regrettably, it doesn't make it feel any better to me, the decision that is in front of us, and I just feel like we should do something. I'm asking for some clarity. I'm moving to the half cent for the affordable housing. I know we're at a penny and a half, I think currently, and wasn't a half cent funded the other half cent with ARPA money? Am I remembering that correctly, or is that incorrect?
We didn't use ARPA money just because of reporting requirements. That's why we didn't go that route.
So we did. So the half cent is still out there.
It came out of fund.
It came out of fund.
Oh, it
balance.
came out of fund balance, not ARPA.
Not ARPA,
Okay.
no.
That's the whole problem.
So let's. We have a lot of problems. So I wanted to go to the half cent for the affordable housing, which I'm going to advocate for that again, so we can get to the full 2%. And you know, our community surveys consistently mention affordable housing. I don't know how much community would balk at that. So the half cent here is approximately $126,000. If that feels real heavy, you know, we could phase. I mean, you know, I don't know. Or is 126,000 feasible this year? If not, phase it. I mean, you know, over 2 years or 3, or however, you know, if it feels like it's a real heavy lift. But I think we need that half cent.
Okay.
For affordable housing.
Thanks for bringing us back to that, because that is one of the kind of questions on the table is, do we want to continue to commit to the equivalent of the 2 cents? And again, it's another example, like you said, Barbara, of where we want to be able to do it, but we need to do it in a way that can be sustained in the long term. Sammy.
Yeah, I mean, this discussion is, you know, hard amongst us, and we all agree on it, because we obviously want to support these two institutions and the people they are helping and are in need. But I think this is a perfect agenda item that would be very important for us to have a conversation as elected bodies, as an assembly of government meeting, because then it's in the public eye and it'll get reported on, and we'll have the benefit of staff presenting different jurisdictions' perspectives and presenting, you know, our case in the public eye, and then put pressure in that way, and maybe time it, you know, commissioner election season. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, why not think strategically, right? Because if we're serious and we really do believe that this is a function of the county, then let's do everything we can to make our case. So I'm all for us having that meeting, you know, when the time is appropriate.
When is the next one?
Thanks, Sammy.
It's usually in January.
Susan.
It's an interesting idea. And I would just be curious, before having that meeting, can you give us a little bit more description about the other townships? I mean, do Chapel Hill and Hillsborough feel just as strongly as we do that
Okay,
this
so
really
I do
is?
again, I want to be careful about how I represent the positions of the other bodies, because again, it's just me representing you all, and it's the mayors of the other towns and the chair. It's not all of us, right? So we are kind of speaking from, and we're trying to reflect what we know we've heard from our colleagues, but that's hard to do. My sense of the conversations, and again, I'll turn to the manager for some kind of confirmation or rebuke maybe, is that at least at my level and at the staff level, the towns seemed to believe that this should primarily be the responsibility of the county. But I don't know if that's true of, I mean, but it's not true of the county, right? So that's the divide. But I wouldn't say that, for example, I or the other mayors were confidently saying, oh yes, that's what my whole council believes, because I don't think that's true. I think there actually is a lack of consensus on this question among us and among the members of the Chapel Hill Council. I think less so in Hillsborough. They seem to be pretty more farther along and kind of feeling like this is not something they want to do, but they have some other issues they're dealing with, so it's hard to say. But that's why we all committed in the last meeting that we wanted to come back to our boards and have this conversation to get some more insight. So I think, what the manager needs to know from us, or needs some guidance on, is how we're going to approach this for the coming budget.
It's two things, isn't it?
Well, it's really kind of three things. It's one, Barbara, and I thank you for focusing us in on that that half-cent issue, because that's one of them. The second is the continuation budget request from the partnership. I feel like that's not particularly controversial among anyone here. And then there's third, of course, is the IFC request. So what are people, I want to take that one by one then. On the issue of the half-cent, we're talking about an additional half-cent that would be going into the Affordable Housing Special Revenue Fund for the purpose of enacting those programs, right, our affordable housing. What are people feeling? I mean, Barbara's interested in at least talking more about that, or doing something more with that. What we did this year is we dipped into the fund balance. The way we did the 1.5 before that was we raised the tax rate. Over time, yeah. It was originally to be over 3 fiscal years, but because of the pandemic, we extended it to being over 4 fiscal years. How are other people feeling on that question?
Maybe quarter cent?
Really?
I mean, if we're gonna spread it out, that's,
Yeah, I mean, that's the option. Thank you, Sammy. That's an option. It
A
doesn't
quarter.
have to all, be in this year coming up. We could
Right.
spread it out again.
Could be
if it
phased out,
was
yeah.
Heavy. Proposed.
I mean, I will say, I think if the council is committed to going to 2 cents, the equivalent of 2 cents dedicated to our affordable housing programs, then it has to come from somewhere, and it doesn't make sense for it to keep coming from fund balance, right? So if there's interest in that, it can either be done in 1 fiscal year, or we can spread it out over 2 fiscal years, or not do it at all.
Is a third option to look into whether ARPA funding would be available for that?
You passed an ordinance, you have to just revise the ordinance, but it's doable, but it would create some reporting requirements, and we can overcome those as well, but it just creates additional layers of reporting to use the ARPA funds for that purpose.
Okay, thanks, Richard. So that's another potential option. Maybe our feedback to the manager is, can we find out more about that as an option? Sammy?
yeah, I'd be interested in that for this year, and then, going and claiming our home funds too for 4 years, right? That's equivalent to 2 cents, $350,000. That'll buy us a lot of money, quarter cent, equivalents.
Okay.
There's another options for next year.
Randy?
Yeah, I think we need to get a little homework done on the ARPA and maybe the home fund and come back to us.
Okay.
Because I really think that I personally have not been able to convey this conversation to anybody in community and get community input. We're sitting here, but I haven't heard from community because this is the first they're hearing about this, and it's getting laid out publicly what the dilemma is, and it's a serious dilemma. So I would appreciate if staff were able to give us the viability of these other funds to supplant potentially going to the general fund, or raising the tax. And I hope that came through because I didn't take off my mask.
So, Mr. Manager, maybe I'll try to, I know we're getting on in time here. Maybe we can get some more information from you as you begin finishing up the budget about what are the options for ARPA to meet this half-cent equivalent request, or some combination of that and a potential future tax increase or whatever that might look like. Orange County Partnership to End Homelessness, the $70,000 request, which is a continuation budget from their current fiscal year. Are we all comfortable with that? Now, traditionally, about 30-something of that has come out of the Affordable Housing Special Revenue Fund, so we would be finding that other 30 or 40,000 from the general fund. But again, so I just want to be, I'm trying to plant the seed of sustainability here, just be thinking about, right? And then finally, the IFC request. Mr. Manager, what is the possibility of ARPA being used for the IFC request?
Same situation, because we spoiled it last year. Again, we just didn't go that route because.
Because I mean, you know, I'm just spitballing here at 10:20. I mean, one idea is we just rip the Band-Aid off and use ARPA to pay the whole request and get it done. And it avoids the argument with the county. It's not coming out of the general fund. We've used ARPA money for other things that maybe the town wouldn't normally have done over time.
It's setting the precedent
It is
that
setting a
the
precedent.
town is now responsible for these services.
I agree with you. I'm just
And when you say full
throwing it out.
request, 97 or 500?
The five, just do the 5 years. Get it done.
Just
Barbara.
really quickly, and so ARPA money is available and has to be accounted for by.
Yes, we'd have to, because you all allocated that money to specific projects. So
Right.
it'd be moving that around and then passing, you have to amend the ordinance.
Gotta bring it back in here.
Yeah, we'd have to make some changes.
2026?
It has to be expended by 2026, yes.
So they,
So just putting that as in the mix here. I'm hearing some interest here in continuing to have a real direct conversation with the county at a minimum about these roles and responsibilities issue. And I know that we're not all solidly on one side or the other necessarily, but at least general interest in pursuing that conversation. It doesn't help us solve the problem of this budget coming up, but I'm more than happy to go to the next MMC meeting and raise it again. But we need to figure out what we're going to direct or guide the manager on with this current year's request, under the assumption that the county doesn't want to take on 100% of it.
Yeah,
Sammy.
I'm worried about us giving direction because then the county knows, you know, we'll call our bluff.
Well, I mean, there's no bluff. This is, yeah, I mean, there's an open
Right.
meeting. We're
It's an open
tussling
meeting,
with this in
but I
public,
don't think
but-
every county commissioner watches our meetings. But if it's recorded that they, that we're allocating the funds this year, I mean, it may be tweeted or, you know, it's news. Our position in negotiating will not be strong. If we pay those with ARPA funds though, ARPA funds are indefinite, like they have a deadline, they're done. So what the opportunity might be is like, this is how we're gonna do it, but when those funds evaporate, you know, this is on y'all, county, and we're giving you advance notice about it. And we hope to have that Assembly of Government meeting with y'all too. And, you know, we're gonna hash this out.
I like this approach, and I think the amendment of the ordinance notwithstanding, I mean, I think we may, because there's
We can amend ordinances. That's not the issue.
the ordinance reflects stuff we liked at the time we
Right.
Yeah.
approved the ordinance.
Yes, but a lot of the categories that we identified in that spending plan were pretty broad. I mean, there are some specific projects we identified, but a lot of it was left pretty broad.
I like the approach, and I think that then the question would be, to what extent, you know, like, do we do 2 of the 5, full 5, 1 year? And we really think about the shape of the discussion with the county and how we want to represent ourselves as a town. I think that that's the best balance of responsible and aggressive.
But just, you can't commit to 5 years with that funding because it's
That's
gone in
right.
2026.
That's right.
Well,
But
unless you just
we
pay
could
it
just
all at
pay
once.
the,
I don't think, we'll confirm, I don't think you can do that
No.
either, but we'll confirm.
you have to expend the funds.
Yeah.
Okay, so-
23, we could do
Well, what I'm
three
saying,
years.
what I'm saying is that and what I think Danny is recommending here is you identify the 5-year amount, whatever it is, or we've paid 1 year already of the 5, but the remaining 4 years of the request, so $400,000 essentially. Pull that out of ARPA and give it to the county or IFC, right, just all in one shot. We can talk about it.
We'll research it, yes.
We'll talk about it. This may be all for naught because it may not be possible, but we'll, right. Let's start. I'm feeling like I got some momentum here of what to take into my next conversation, and I think the manager's got some decent information here from us about how to think through the problem. Eleazar?
I think you already mentioned, but I do want to just say that Council Member Slater, I don't agree with you. I think this is the most exciting TV that is on table, and everyone and their mother and their grandmother are watching us tonight.
Your mother.
My mother, well, maybe my grandmother. But no, I think I do like this idea, but I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, thanks, y'all. So we'll catch up. Okay. All right. Thanks, y'all. It's helpful to just hear you be thinking out loud about this. It helps me understand where you're all sitting with it, even though it's all difficult and still kind of in a gray area for a lot of us, and I get that. So thanks for being willing to wrestle with it publicly like this in a way that helps me go into the next conversation. Okay. Mr. Manager, we have, I believe, one more topic?
Yes.
Okay. What's that one?
It's the advisory board stipends.
Oh, right. So in the current fiscal year, we had set aside $50,000 to support a potential stipend, some kind of program for advisory board members, but that program is as yet undefined. I think that staff has a presentation on this.
Yes, we can make it brief.
2
yes.
slides from Wesley.
I can do that too. All right, real quick, I'll just go, first, I'm
you're fine.
gonna do a quick overview of, this also was coming from the work session that council had in March, surrounding advisory boards. And some of the items that came up about the stipends to the members. If you'll recall, we presented a list of other municipalities and a couple of counties and what they did with their advisory board members. A lot of them did not offer stipends to their members. A couple did, but it was mainly to like the planning board, a board of adjustment, things like that. And they were usually just a flat fee, maybe like $20 a meeting or $50 a meeting. And so one of the takeaways from the work session was to check, there was interest in looking at the Chapel Hill model for their advisory boards. So on one of these slides, I do have that. It's the next slide. But first I wanted to, Richard and I were talking today, and there's still I think some outstanding decisions that council may need to make as far as surrounding stipends, and that being whether it needs to be for all of the members once they are appointed, if they are subject to a stipend like everybody, or if
Hold
it needs.
on, Wesley. Y'all, excuse me. We need to keep going here. All right. Sorry.
You're fine. You're fine.
Sorry, Winston.
No, you're fine. If it needs to be all of the appointed members, or if we need to, if the council's direction would be more for a need-based approach, which would be that would follow the Chapel Hills model as they currently use. It's for childcare needs and transportation. They do have a opt-in requirement for that policy that they have. They use the Orange County living wage rates, which at the work session, the council did want to follow that Orange County living wage. As we know, it's going to go up to $16.60 an hour on July 1. The other option would be if it's available to all of the members, it would surround around if they would automatically receive a stipend, or if they also must opt in or opt out of that. And if that stipend would be like a flat amount per meeting, and also using the Orange County wage rates. This next slide would be, it's one scenario, it's a high-level scenario. It's actually probably the maximum amount, just to kind of break it down, and so you don't have all these different scenarios on one graph. But if you were using the Orange County living wage rate, and also using, let's see, see how the members were paid at a stipend at each meeting. So this is taking if every member of the advisory boards received a stipend. And this is also based on a 2-hour-long meeting and also including the half-hour travel time. If you remember from the graph that I gave at the work session, Chapel Hill also pays their members a half an hour for travel time to the meetings if they opt in for the child care and travel. Thank you. It's late. So that would be approximately $42 per meeting for that. That would be a 2-hour meeting. You have 139 members, which is the maximum amount. Granted, that would be if everyone opted in. The cost would be about $5,800 per meeting, and then an annual expense would be about $58,000, and that's based on meetings, if there were 10 meetings held in a year. So that's kind of the maximum amount. Again, if members opt in or opt out, that number, you're probably not going to have every single member doing this. And two, it depends on which direction you'd like to go, if it's going to be as on a need basis or if it's going to be offered to all members as they are appointed. So that kind of just gives a little bit of a overview.
Yeah, that's really helpful. Thanks, Wesley.
Yeah.
One question that comes to mind for me, my recollection of the Chapel Hill program is that I think it was adopted in maybe 2018 or something, and it was billed as a pilot.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any idea or information from their clerk or from their staff how that pilot went?
I do have a message to them. I still haven't heard back from them.
Okay.
Just sent another follow-up to them. It's my understanding that they still use this because it still is present on their website. It has the links to the forms, things like that. So I don't have a overview of how it went or how it's going, but waiting to hear back from them. But I can put that, once I hear back, put it in a memo to council, if that would be helpful.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got Susan, Randy, Eleazar.
Thank you, Wesley. A few things. I know it's getting late, and I'll try to be quick, y'all. So first, I would very much recommend doing this as a pilot, I think, for a year. And, you know, Barbara raised a really good point last time is, will this really have an impact on diversifying our advisory boards? And so we'll know after a year if it's helping with that. And if it's not, I think we need to see if we really want to continue on. I would definitely recommend opt-in, so hopefully that will drop the annual expense quite a bit. I think it was mentioned at the last meeting about maybe doing some kind of quarterly payment so that it's not as administratively burdened.
Yes, I did. I did want to mention that it is paid out quarterly currently with Chapel Hill's model, and that would be a recommendation for that as well.
Great. I did want to mention that just in terms of transparency, I'm with Orange County Living Wage, and I did want to mention we adjust that wage each year. So for this year, calendar year, it would be $16.60, but then each year it would be going up index to rent. I think at our last meeting, we also talked about this applying not just to the advisory boards and commissions, but also to task force members. So I wanted to be sure that was included as well.
Are you including them in your count? Your total count is all boards and commissions?
Yeah, it would be, yes.
Including task forces?
I would need to add in the Truth Plaque task force into that number.
And then there's a community safety task force.
Community safety is included, yep. So the
That's
Truth
already
Plaque would be the
included.
only outstanding.
And that is all I've got.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Susan. Randy, you're next, then Eleazar.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is important to have as a pilot because it'll be interesting to see the level of interest. There was some interesting discussion in the Race Equity Commission, and so I'd be interested to see how a pilot and the data it gives us. And I think opting in is important. When I was with the school district, we had, in order to get parents engaged more in the PTAs, we had an opt-in for some, stipends for dinners and transportation, and it was very interesting to see over time, its use. It actually wasn't used as much as we thought, which goes to what Barbara had suggested the last time. I wanted to raise two other questions. One is Zooms. Virtual attendance, where does that fit into this? Because clearly, you don't need the transportation, you don't need necessarily the childcare, and I'm putting that out there because many of our advisory boards do run Zoom meetings. So, second is we have a couple of boards that are very outward facing and they engage with the public. So if they do, a Carrboro Day or an Earth Day or, one of the other events, is that part of this? Or, because one of the things that people pride themselves on is being engaged, in these events on a volunteer basis. Service is important. So how do we address that? And those are the only questions I had. But thank you. And thank you for your work on this, Wes. It's great.
Thanks, Randy. Eleazar?
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and thank you, Mr. Clerk, for this presentation. A couple of things I just wanted to mention. On the equity question, I think, or diversity question, not equity. I don't know if I'm looking at this as a diversity opportunity or project. I'm looking at the fact that I want to pay people for their time. That's basically where I'm looking at it. I'm not thinking that this is going to change diversity all like in one night. I don't think so. I think that coming from the nonprofit sector where we use people power all the time and not always compensate them, I think there needs to be something for us to say, we are asking you to spend multiple hours with us giving a service to the town. I think we need to have an opt-in option, right? Like I'm down with the opt-in part. I agree with the opt-in option to give folks, if you are able to do it without any compensation, thank you. We appreciate your service, and we appreciate it just as much for those who do need compensation. And so that's where I'm looking at this program as. I would also be in favor of a pilot program, but I'm thinking more of a 2 to 3 year program. I'm not thinking that in 1 year we're going to get enough information to find out whether or not it's useful, or it's going to take some time to uptake on it. I'm also looking at a flat fee or kind of so everyone gets the same amount, opt in. I'm looking at Zoom meetings still be counted, but maybe not the travel time because you're not really traveling. I don't know. Either way, I think it's not going to get used as much as this. I don't think we're going to get anywhere near the 58,000, and I think we just need to pay people for their time. And that's just it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Eleazar. Mr. Manager, I wonder if, given that we, in the current fiscal year, already set aside, I think, $50,000 for some kind of program, we just roll that into the next fiscal year's budget, and with the expectation that it sounds like most council members are interested in some kind of pilot program of at least a year. I actually agree with Eleazar. I think it probably makes more sense to do 2 or 3 years. I don't think we're going to get enough information in the first year. But we've already got it in the budget. Might as well just roll it over to the next budget. I don't think we need to go up to 58 or whatever that number was. Sound good?
Yes, but I guess with all the questions in terms of is it going to be a stipend or hourly, that kind of thing.
I will share one of the things I like about the Chapel Hill model that they've been using is it's very sort of no fuss. It's an opt-in model. It's very easy to opt in if you want to do it. There's not a lot of administrative burden associated with it, I don't think. And it's just kind of, it's not a lot of hoops to jump through. And I'd kind of just like to see how that, frankly, just keep it easy.
And that's the model our HR director proposed today as well. That's easy, to your point, it's much more easy to
it would be paid out quarterly
yes, it's quarterly
to those who opt in. And that way it reduces some of that administrative burden. And, yeah.
So each meeting would be assumed to be a 2-hour meeting? Or would
However,
It's just a stipend, it's just a stipend.
It's
you
just a
pay.
regular stipend.
So just to kind of break down barriers for, okay.
And again, I would also just, as I mentioned earlier, Wesley, I would be interested in any information you can get from Chapel Hill about how their program has been working. Okay. This has been a good meeting.
Oh.
Go ahead, Barbara.
I just have one question about the, this is awkward, but okay. About June 13th. So that's actually going to be a public hearing for our budget?
Just want to mention that we initially planned for me to present the budget on May 23rd, but there are a lot of moving parts to this budget. We just aren't going to make that deadline, so we need to push it up. And plus, with the next Tuesday being 5th Tuesday, we couldn't use that week either, unless you all do something that week. But that's Memorial Day, and that is after Memorial Day.
Right.
So push it to June. So the plan will be for me to present the budget on June 6th, do the public hearing on the 13th, and then have it ready to adopt on the 20th. You do have the 27th in June as well if you need an extra week. We didn't want to wait till the 27th because you have to adopt it by June 30th.
Yeah.
So that's why
We don't want to push it to the very end. I think that makes sense, Mr. Manager. One question it raises for me is we would normally have been planning to hold a work session on June 13th.
Yeah.
So what is that, what's going on with that? Because we were supposed to
That's right,
have
supposed to be
one.
the cemetery.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about that.
Figure it out.
We don't have to figure that out.
Thank
now.
you.
Richard, was it June 6th you present, June 13th was the public hearing, and then June 20th we would adopt?
Yes.
Okay.
Want to thank the manager and the clerk and our attorney for all the work tonight. Appreciate you.
And they're all gone, but staff as well. They've worked really hard
I
to
was
pull
going to
us
say,
together.
we had a lot of department
Team
heads
effort.
and staff who were here. Many of them have stayed the whole time. So thank you for being here, and also to our IT folks for getting us set up with this new technology and helping us. You would think it would be easy for us to use a microphone. We love talking. But thanks for helping us out with that as well. And we'll look forward to the next presentation.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Moved by Sammy, seconded by Eleazar to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned.
Gracias.
Thank you.